Suffer. For you. Is there anybody out here tonight that I in love? Let me see. None over here? Oh, you supposed to have your hand. I'm coming. You. Because see, you are the lucky ones. For those of you that are truly in love, this song is for you. For those of you that don't have anyone for yourself, well, suffer.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Oh my gosh, so many comments in the chat already. It's exciting. Down the line a little bit. Stardust City Sag said Upland. Hello. Who's watching the World Cup? TV8 said, hell yeah, we're gonna do lots of World Cup coverage right now. World Cup sports fan. Oh, that was me, though. I wish I could go to the game, but priced out. Hashtag capitalism. Dang, how much are tickets? I saw that, like, an ad briefly on my Instagram when I was scrolling, mindlessly scrolling yesterday actually. There was an ad to go to a World Cup game at I think some school or some stadium in Los Angeles. I don't know. And I was like, damn, it's here. It's happened. We can finally go, but I don't know how much tickets are. Have any teams been playing yet? I've seen a lot of my Mexican homies. Shout out to all Mexicanos. They are excited. Oh, because they're halftime right now. I see. There's a game going on. Damn, Mexico. Oh, I'm dumb. Stardust City had told me about this last night. Because it was Mexico versus Elon Musk home. But yeah. Damn. Okay, so games have already started. I want to look at the whole lineup, like who qualified, all of that stuff. We'll get into that. We have a lot of good stuff to go over today. But yeah, I don't know if you can see behind me. We got the Argentinian flag behind me as per usual. I'm not saying I'm rooting for Argentina. Personally, I think the last World Cup was rigged. Oh, DV8 said more teams are in the World Cup this year. That's great. Because, usually it was 12 or 14 or something like that. I don't know. Also, there's a lot of a lot of scandals with the World Cup. I guess they're giving Donald Trump money. Oh, damn, 32 teams. That's crazy. Oh, 104 matches. Wow. Wow, that's a lot. They said we are going to maximize all of our betting opportunities. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I don't know. I would imagine this would be a great opportunity for Kalshi, for Polymarket, for all of those BS event betting platforms to make big shmoola on this. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Oh, yes, there's so many groups. I don't ever remember it going to Group L. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Um, Damn. Okay, here we go. FIFA World Cup Fantasy, powered by Aramco. I don't know what that is. DV8 said, "You think 2020 was rigged?" I mean 2022. It was the last one that oh my god, that's already 4 years ago, bro. Damn. Yeah, 2022. That was the one that took place in the UAE. Was that? Did it took place in Dubai? I don't remember. It took place in Qatar? Qatar. It was Qatar. 2022 World Cup took place in Qatar, I think. And yeah, the reason why I say it was rigged was because they had Messi there, Argentina team. Argentina. I don't know. I don't know. We could go over it. Oh no, not on stream because I'm gonna get copyright stricken real fast by FIFA. The last time we watched soccer or football on the stream, they FIFA copyright whatever. They copyright strikes all of my whole video, and the whole video was like, cannot be viewed by anyone. But anyways, I digress about that. Okay, so yeah, 2022. I feel like they went really easy on Argentina, on Lionel Messi, because Lionel Messi never got a World Cup win despite getting there many times, right? Despite Argentina being one of the teams, one of the nations that has the most, well, I don't know if anymore, right? They have 3 or something, the most World Cup cups. Um besides like, I don't know, Brazil. By the way, shout out to McDonald's. Hold on, we got to go full screen for this. Shout out to McDonald's, hashtag capitalism. McDonald's has special limited edition World Cup cups, and I got they were like blind box cups, which I hate to admit is absolutely disgusting that I participated in this. But oh my god, I got Ronaldinho. I got Ronaldinho. I used to watch him as a little kid, and honestly, this is going to be deep lore for chat. Deep deep lore. When I was in the 7th grade, because of Ronaldinho and Ronaldo and all of them, I was like, I'm gonna bicycle flip. I mean, not bicycle flip, bicycle kick. Is that what they're called? The one where you do the backflip and you kick the ball into the goal. Ideally, I tried to do that in the 7th grade, and I busted my neck so bad. I saw stars. It was not a good idea. And that was my first and ever last time trying to do the bicycle kick. So, anyways, yeah. I I know McDonald's, I'm sorry to participate in this, but like I don't know if I'll try to get any others. This was super lucky. I'm super happy that I got, Ronaldinho. He's super cool in my opinion. So yeah. All right, all right, all right, all right. So yeah, we'll go over. Oh, these are where all the games are gonna be played. What, in New York and New Jersey? Uh, okay. Vancouver. Oh, this is crazy. That's right. I forgot it was being split between all 3 people. I mean, all 3 countries. So that's crazy. Oh man, Atlanta. There's gonna be games in Atlanta. Yeah. So, anyways, so much drama around this. Um, people getting turned away at the border, not being able, players, referees, uh photographers, I know that much, are getting the are getting lost, getting uh detained essentially. I'm pretty sure detained. Getting detained by customs and borders for hours questioning these people. DVA. I mean, I have the Air Max 90 Hypervenom colorway. Bro, I don't know what these words mean. I am too much of a woman to understand what these words mean. I'm sorry. No, no, no. The Air Max 90 Hypervenom. Hold on. We'll just Google this cuz I'm curious cuz as 21 Savage, these are actually really nice. They're super orange. I like orange. I feel like Bashonen in a box. Yes, Bashonen in a box is in chat. Bashonen in a box, would you wear these? Would you wear these Bashonen in a box? I feel like this is your style. Damn, 145. Ooh, there's other pretty colors. But this is the Hypervenom. Bashonen said, yes, I would. Yeah, they're cool. Huh. Maybe I should get some Air Max 90s. These are actually really nice. I like those Splatoon shoes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's nice. I think I like this color the best. But yeah, the orange ones are pretty sick. That's cool. Okay. All right, all right. Let me see what teams are playing, and then we'll get into actual news. We just need to have a little bit of fun. Um, teams, teams. What are power rankings? I don't even want to know. Oh, is it fantasy football stuff? Okay. Road to 20. Oh, see how the 48 teams qualified for the FIFA World Cup 2026. Oh, I mean, I don't want to see how they qualified. I just want to see who qualified. Yeah, explore qualifiers. Damn, these like crazy websites. Okay, confederations, blah blah blah. Oh, here, let's check out tickets in a second. Okay, there you go. Thank you. See all teams. Okay, Congo, Iraq, Italy. Latest qualifier news. No, this is. I just no rankings maybe. There we go. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, this is so complicated. Okay, whatever. Let's see. Last minute sale buy now for today. Yeah, there is crazy stuff because of the travel bans that the US has. Yeah, it's terrible. Oh my gosh, it thinks I'm a robot. Okay. 80834. Oh man, I'm in queue. Thank you for waiting to access the FIFA World Cup 2026 last minute sales phase. DVA said it's literally racist. Oh no, not the sales, not the sales, the travel bans. Yes, I'm sorry. I thought this the tickets. I thought DV8 was saying they couldn't get a ticket because of racism. Okay. Within a few minutes, a countdown will appear before you can enter ticket sale phase. Once the countdown is over, an enter button will be available for 5 minutes. Click it to access. Oh, almost there? No? Let's see. Let's see. Uh, please to avoid missing your chance. Oh man, hospitality pad. Okay, okay. We'll come back to that in a second. Um, but yeah. Yeah, the racism that's been happening, that's been absolutely awful. Um not games. Well, let's see. World Cup news. Damn, World Cup 26 Germany players to pay for fans to travel to Ecuador game in New Jersey. Oh no. Are they flying their fans? No, it can't be to Ecuador. Oh, you mean the game against Ecuador. Okay, that's crazy. Germany players will pay for 600 fans to travel to a game. That's great. Good for them. Germany players will pay, okay. Train tickets normally priced at $12.90 from central New York to the nearby MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, where Germany will play Ecuador in the last Group E match on the 25th of June, were ramped up to $150 for the tournament before being reduced to $98. Shuttle bus fares initially priced at $80. Damn, you have to take a shuttle? Well, that's crazy. In light of the high cost of bus and train travel in New York during the World Cup, the German national team players have organized free transportation to the final group match for 600 fans, said the German FA. I think that's their football association, maybe. Captain Joshua Kimmich and his teammates are covering the cost of buses to take supporters. Okay, so they're going to pay for their bus fare. That's it. Okay. Okay. So the games that are happening today's the 12th. Oh my god, I didn't even do the intro. No, today's the 11th. Okay, so it's just Mexico and South Africa. Does that mean Claudia's there? I hope Claudia's there. um, I don't know. Chat, who are you rooting for in the World Cup? Chat, write in the comments which team you are rooting for this World Cup, which team you think is going to win, or, which team you think is going to, you know, it's crazy. I don't know. With so many teams, it's really, who knows who's going to win. Dang. USA versus Paraguay. Deviate said Spain will win or France. Do we know? Michonne in a box. Sorry, doing house chores right now. But go Team Japan? Question mark. Oh my gosh. She said Nippon, Nippon. Sorry. Let's see. Is Japan? Yep, they made it. Oh, they're gonna be versing the Netherlands. I don't know anything about these countries. If it's not Latin American countries, I don't know about it. Dang. Okay, Canada versus Bosnia and Herzegovina. Wow. Okay. Okay. Your position is in the queue is in okay. I forget. I can't forget to keep checking this. We gotta get a World Cup ticket. No, that's terrible. Okay. All right, here. Let's just watch this from Democracy Now! Since we're on the topic of the World Cup.
And Jose Luis Granado Ceja, you're covering Latin America for Dropsite News, and also the co-host of Soberania. If you could tell us, you are in Mexico City. The first match of the World Cup is happening there. If you could describe what the situation is on the ground, and also talk about this, we spoke about it earlier with Jules, how much tickets cost there and the protests surrounding the Cup.
So here in Mexico, the conversation.
Yeah, DV8 said the players are being screened like TSA when they enter the country. Yeah, it's been terrible. I've heard, they're like being questioned what TSA or these border agents are questioning them about. I don't know what. It's like literally you're here to play a game. You are here to entertain Americans. Like what's the deal? Why this should be an automatic pass. Donald Trump, if Donald Trump was a good businessman, he would have been like, we can't have this. This makes us look bad. These other countries, they are struggling to get in. This is a big event. a big event. I don't know if Donald's going to show up to any of the World Cups games, but I mean the way he's been showing up, or the drama that he's been causing with the Knicks apparently is crazy. So yeah, I if there's any opportunity for Donald Trump to make it about himself, he will. But it's like he's so dumb, he could be getting good points by saving these players, you know? Why are the players not getting this the gold star treatment that he would give the UFC fighters, you know? Whatever, that's just my rant for that.
Has been are these protests that are happening right now as we speak in the streets of Mexico City, which include a sit-down protest by a dissident teachers union called La Cente, or if they're going to affect the actual event. Now, the messaging from the government has been that no, everything's going to proceed as normal. There have been negotiations. Just yesterday, they were in closed-doors negotiations with the Secretary of the Interior, or La Secretaria de Gobernación here in Mexico for 6 hours to try to reach an agreement. It's not clear as of yet. It's the morning of the opening match, and we still don't know. But of course, yes, here, you know, soccer is the most popular sport by far. Yep. And the people who love this sport are not going to be able to attend the games. They have been extraordinarily inaccessible to the population. And unfortunately, because also of these protests, and maybe the
I don't know, do you think the Mexican players, the Paraguayan players, are they going to be able to pay for their fans to come in like how the Germany players did? Like, that's real cool, but like, let's not ignore that it's probably going to be a lot more easier for German fans to get in to watch the World Cup than it would be for Ecuador or Peru or whatever, you know, Latin American country, or we haven't even gotten to the African countries, honestly, that are participating.
Fan Fest, which is going to take place, the main one in the Zócalo. Anybody who's been to Mexico City knows this massive public square. There's a huge screen there, but right now it's totally it's surrounded by high fences in order to keep the demonstrators out. I think it's important to mention these demonstrations, of course, are legitimate. The protesters are highlighting the important issues. In the case of the teachers, they're asking for a repeal of a 2007 neoliberal law, which essentially privatized pensions in Mexico. They're also asking for wage increases. We've seen other collectives come together. The mothers of disappeared people have been protesting, trying to reach the stadium in the far south of the city. Other groups have been trying to use this occasion that the world's attention is on Mexico as the host, as one of the three hosts, and the country that will have the opening match here, to highlight their issues. And I think it's a perfectly legitimate thing. The challenge, though, is that there are also reactionary forces. There are anti-popular groups who are trying to latch on to these protests, who are trying to create this scene as if there is chaos happening in Mexico. It's not the case. I did a little walk through downtown Mexico City to see how things are like. You know, things are calm. I happened to talk to many visitors who are here, who already have arrived here in Mexico to enjoy the festivities, and they all said that they're more than happy to take part in everything that's going to be available to them. They, of course, understand that there are social issues happening here in Mexico that are, you know, leading to these kinds of protests. But the expectation is that at least there will be a sense of calm, that there won't be disruptive events to affect the enjoyment of the opening match here in Mexico.
And Jose Luis, if you could also talk about the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum's response, both to the protests of the teachers and the others and the indigenous people about the disappeared, using this as a moment to highlight that issue.
TV8 said, I don't know for Canada, but Mexico welcomed players with open arms and we're celebrating. That's great. That's great. That's great. But I don't know how many games are going to take place in Mexico. It seems like all of them are going to be in America.
And President Sheinbaum's solidarity with the Iranian team and the deal that was worked out that they could train in Tijuana.
Yes, of course. So actually, the Iranian ambassador to Mexico made the proposal actually to have the games that involved the Iranian team be played in Mexico. It seemed perfectly reasonable, and it was actually something that President Claudia Sheinbaum embraced. Ultimately, it was FIFA who said that wasn't going to be.
That's crazy. The Iranian team is like, or they would prefer to play in the Mexico stadiums than playing in the American stadiums. That's... What's the point of having... I mean, I guess this works out that there's 3 countries hosting this event. But, like, what's the point of having this event that's supposed to unite people from all around the globe, and instead it's like, this is like a bad family reunion. you know there's like uncles and aunts can't get in because I don't know, whatever reason, and then like we're detaining people. This sucks. And like picking and choosing which houses our family members are staying at and forcing them to stay with other family members. Like, man, this is the opposite of what the World Cup is supposed to be. Can't get in because of skin color. Yeah, this is terrible. It's terrible.
Possible that they would play in the United States. We know that some of the trainers, some of the staff have not been issued visas and that they're forced to fly in and fly out immediately. But certainly here, also the Mexican population has embraced the Iranian team. There were crowds waiting for them to receive them in Tijuana. So it's a very different attitude here in Mexico. There is this, this embrace of the idea, which is a good idea on the surface of it, that this should be an occasion for us to come together and to celebrate, the world's game.
Yeah.
But again, the challenge has been that there are geopolitical considerations at play here. The response from the government in terms of some of these protests, in the case of the teachers, has been pretty much that the government in this moment cannot afford to comply with the demands of the teachers union, essentially to renationalize the pensions. Their arguments of the teachers has been pretty much that the government in this moment cannot afford to comply with the demands of the teachers union, essentially to renationalize the pensions. There are different programs that essentially top up the pensions, and they've kind of been consistently emphasizing this as an alternative to this, just because, here in Mexico, since the election of López Obrador and now with Claudia Sheinbaum, it is a policy that's called Republican austerity, which is basically trying to keep spending down, to focus on social programs, to focus on investment in infrastructure. Claudia Sheinbaum in particular has made a big investment, a big bet on investing in healthcare, for example. And so, to be able to comply to this, it would essentially require a fiscal reform. And the government argues that just the conditions aren't in place for anything like that in this moment. In response to some of these other movements, of course, there have been long-standing tables, places of dialogue with the mothers of the disappeared, with the parents of the disappeared 4-3 students from Ayotzinapa. We still don't actually have all the facts in terms of what happened, why were they disappeared, what happened to them. And of course, so that is ongoing. And so this is a moment where, it makes sense to me that these kinds of groups would try to take advantage of the opportunity to highlight these issues. But like I said initially, the concern is that we've seen previously here in Mexico, for example, the so-called Gen Z protests, the Gen Z protests that were happening here were actually a AstroTurf campaign funded by right-wing oligarchs. And so we saw actually as well a bit of a parallel in the case of Brazil with the protests against Dilma Rousseff. Many of these start as genuine, legitimate protests, which obviously much of the population understands why they would take to the streets to bring these issues up, but they can be co-opted. And so one of the lines that the president has been insisting on, one of her messaging has been that, they want to create this idea that there is chaos, that this is an unpopular government, and that's just not the case, right? I mean, if you look at the president's approval ratings, she enjoys 70-80% approval ratings in the country. So there is, I think, something more surreptitious at play here, that there are forces that are trying to take advantage of this opportunity.
Jose Luis, you mentioned that the mothers of the disappeared and the missing are basically trying to use this massive global event to draw attention to the disappeared, and just, to give a sense of how enormous an issue this is. Mexico, first of all, has the highest number of missing and disappeared people in the world, around 130,000. International organizations have referred to this as a humanitarian emergency. So if you could talk about the people who are protesting, whether they're mothers or others, and what they hope will come out of this.
So, there are these stickers, the Panini stickers, which are very, very popular. People actually meet up downtown Mexico City to exchange the ones that they do have, what they don't have. And actually, the mothers of the disappeared have done a very interesting protest in taking the image of these stickers and putting the faces of the disappeared as a means to say that, all of this enthusiasm, all of this energy, all of this investment that is being made to have these games happen and happen successfully can also be used to find our missing children. And so that's been one of the ways that they've been trying to communicate this message. And of course, numerous human rights organizations have pointed to this. Some have called it a humanitarian crisis, and it is. We're talking more than 100,000 people who have been disappeared. And this, of course, is a product of the decision way back in the government of Felipe Calderón to engage in a militarized response to the problem of organized crime in this country. And because these organized crime groups learned that, it was easier to disappear somebody than face an investigation if they, came upon the bodies of people. And so that's part of the reason why we're seeing so much of this. This is a legacy of some of the decisions made by previous governments in the same way that the World Cup is, right? This was a decision that was made in the Enrique Peña Nieto government. And I think in a lot of ways they're doing the best that they can to attend to a situation that they inherited. But I do think that there have been important improvements in terms of the policy of actually having state backing for this very critical mission of finding the disappeared, to give comfort to the mothers of people who have, of disappeared people, in order to make it a more robust system to improve. For example, the database was apparently very, very insufficient. There was all kinds of missing information. There's been a determined effort to try to attend to that, to make it more. And I do think that there needs to be more collaboration with some of these collectives. I think a lot of the mothers have come together on their own, in a self-organized way, because they've been frustrated with the response from state level authorities, from the federal government, in terms of not giving enough to be able to actually do the work. It's hard work. It's quite literally going out into fields where they suspect or they got a tip that there could be, the body of somebody who had been disappeared, and digging through the dirt to try to find them. There is something called the Comisión Nacional de Búsqueda, or the National Search Commission, which is meant to accompany them. And there needs to be more of this kind of initiative to make sure that they feel like they really are a company. This is important for the state. The president has said so as much, to say that this is a debt that we owe to society to attend to the needs of these mothers who simply want to know what happened to their children.
Thanks for watching Democracy.
That was pretty good. Okay. Yeah. World Cup.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Narmeen Sheikh in New York with Amy Goodman in Sheffield, England. The FIFA Men's World Cup kicks off today with 2 games in Mexico. Mexico plays South Africa in Mexico City, and South Korea takes on the Czech Republic in Guadalajara.
Oh, South Korea. Okay, so that's cool. So, yeah, Mexico's 2. What was the other team?
The FIFA Men's World Cup kicks off today with 2 games in Mexico.
Yeah,
Mexico plays South Africa in Mexico City, and South Korea takes on the Czech Republic in Guadalajara. This will be the biggest World Cup in history, with teams from 48 countries playing over 100 games in 16 host cities across 3 countries, Canada, Mexico, and the United States. This is also the first time a host nation is at war with a participating country, the United States and Iran.
Policies from the Trump administration, as well as the Football Federation, FIFA, are making the people's game more inaccessible than ever. There's already the most expensive World Cup in history, this is. And Trump's harsh immigration policies are having a chilling effect on the games. There are 39 countries that are under either a full or partial travel ban, 4 of which, Iran, Haiti, Cote d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast, and Senegal, are expected to play in the World Cup. Earlier this week, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani commented on the mounting barriers faced by the World Cup fans and soccer players from countries facing Trump's travel ban and visa restrictions.
The World Cup is supposed to be a celebration of the world as a whole.
Bro, I was just saying that.
Some of the decisions that we've seen been taken by the federal administration, be it the denial of visas for journalists from certain countries, or the rejection of a visa for a coach of a team, as well as single-day visas for specific foreign national teams. This is anathema to what this tournament is supposed to be about. If we cannot even allow the players, the teams, and the journalists covering those teams to come into this city and this country, then it begs a larger question about our commitment to the spirit of this tournament.
On Wednesday, President Trump described the 2026 World Cup as the, quote, most successful World Cup they've had. He was later questioned by a journalist over the visa restrictions.
Some people are afraid that it's going to be harder and harder to get visas to come from outside. Can you
well, we're working on it very closely to make sure the right people come into our country.
Among those...
Bro, like, what does that mean? like it's almost kind of like you could go as far as excluding players because you don't want certain teams to play against them. Man, this is not fair. Yeah, yeah, Donald Trump is not working on it.
Infected are at least 15 officials and support staff for the Iranian team, forcing the team to train in Tijuana, Mexico instead of in the U.S. And the Somali referee Omar Artan, who was denied entry into the United States. He was going to be the first Somali referee to officiate in a World Cup game. But there's this breaking news. Canada has invited him to referee in Canada for the World Cup.
Nice.
For more on all of this.
Will not referee in the United States, but he will referee in Canada. That's crazy. This is like a professional, bro. A professional getting barred entry. Jeez.
We'll be joined by 3 guests as thousands of protesters are expected to disrupt the opening game of the World Cup in Mexico City. We'll be joined there by Jose Luis Coronado Ceja of Dropsite News. And amidst rising fears of immigration raids in cities hosting the World Cup, we'll be joined from Philadelphia by Nalini Stamp of the Working Families Party and Our Copa.
Dang.
But first to Paris, France, where we're joined by Jules Boykoff, author of Red Card, the 2026 World Cup, Sports Washing, and the FIFA Greed Machine, as well as Kicking, a memoir about his former life as a professional soccer player. He represented the U.S. on the men's U23 national soccer team in international competition. Jules, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you just introduce us to this first day of the game and the contradictions we see between the people's game and the massive sums people have to pay for tickets, the fact that it's the first time that a host country is at war with a participating country and the restrictions the U.S. has put on Iran. ICE, lay it out for us.
The 2026 World Cup arrives wrapped in a paradox. On one hand, there will be more teams participating than ever before, 48 countries from around the world. On the other hand, this World Cup is shaping up to be one of extreme exclusion. Working class fans basically have no chance of buying a ticket to these games because of the exorbitant prices. You've got people from countries like Iran, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Haiti, who have absolutely zero chance of getting a visa for this tournament. And you have people who have chosen not to come to the United States because they fear getting scooped up by immigration and customs enforcement. So this is a tournament that's supposed to bring the world together. But instead, what we're seeing in the lead up to this game is that you have a tournament of fear. You have a World Cup of exclusion and you have a World Cup of chaos. And the two main chaos agents to be aware of here are, one, President Donald Trump of the United States. He has made it absolutely clear that this World Cup is key to his political legacy. And he's used sports to his political advantage more than any president in recent history. The second culprit that's injecting chaos here is FIFA and its president, Gianni Infantino. FIFA has cranked up the prices for this, essentially putting it out of the reach of many ticket buyers, trying to squeegee as much money as possible out of world soccer fans around the world. And essentially, FIFA is treating Canada, Mexico, and the United States like its own private cash machine. And this has placed a real pall over this event that is supposed to be festive and happy. And it's also made this the most politically combustible World Cup in recent memory. And that's really saying something.
And Jules, this is the first World Cup to be held in the U.S. in 32 years. If you could explain how World Cup host countries are selected, and in this case, there are 3, and also the fact of this ticket pricing, which is really, truly, as you said, exorbitant. Who sets the prices of the tickets?
Okay, so for starters, to get the World Cup, you have to put forth a bid. And you can access the bid that the United States, Canada, and Mexico put forth. And when you read it, it's all rainbows and unicorns and free transportation to people at these matches in the United States. Obviously, much has changed since then. And that's kind of an ingrained problem with these events, is that these bids arrive with all sorts of promises that aren't actually delivered. In terms of the prices for tickets, there's 2 markets to be aware of. The first one is controlled by FIFA entirely, and they're using something called dynamic pricing to assign value to these tickets. Dynamic kind of sounds nice, right? It's not nice if you're buying a ticket to the World Cup. That means they're trying to extract the maximum that they can out of the ticket buyer. And that's why you're seeing for the World Cup final tickets in the range of like $11,000, whereas only 4 years earlier, the highest priced ticket for the final in Qatar was $1,600.
Oh my God.
On the secondary market, so when somebody buys a ticket and resells it, in the United States, there's no limit what they can charge. And FIFA loves this because FIFA snatches 15% from the seller and 15% from the buyer for every ticket sold. So I saw a ticket online recently going for $11 million. Now, I'm not saying they're going to sell that for that price, but if they did, FIFA would walk away with some $3.5 million for one ticket alone. And so if you think about the ticket pricing,
listen, if we're like okay with the price of gas going up the way it is, I don't see why we would be. We would, you know, the split economy, the K-shaped economy, you know, 21 Savage video. I, you know, posted that how many months ago? The K-shaped economy. What happened? What happened to the streets? What happened to the World Cup? Sorry, I got to make that reference again. What happened to the World Cup is the same thing that happened to the streets.
it's a really good example of the FIFA greed machine in action.
Jules, also, if you can talk about the Iran team having to stay in Mexico and then in Tijuana, that's where they're training. President Sheinbaum has said that they can sleep there. And what deal was worked out with the United States, who said they can't stay in the United States? And also this Somali referee, the significance of him coming into Miami and being turned back.
Oh, wait, sorry, deviate. If you live anywhere near Anaheim, the mayor of Anaheim is giving out free tickets for veterans, current military, or first responders. That's pretty cool. I wonder how many tickets she has. I'm gonna like this. Mayor Ashley Atkin. Yes, Ashley Atkin. That's crazy. Veterans, vet ticks, first ticks. Yeah, that is pretty cool. I don't know if Mayor Mamdani did anything for the World Cup, but he did it for the Knicks games. By the way, DV8, I'm sure you were watching because you're basketball, right? The Knicks, those games have been crazy, I guess. I don't know. I haven't kept up with it at all. But yeah, basketball's been crazy apparently. Okay, still in the queue. Okay.
Ends up back in Mogadishu. And now the latest news, Canada says, oh, you can ref up here.
Yes, absolutely. Let's start with Omar Abdul Qadir Artan, really who was in fact excluded by the United States. And this was really a shame because it's too bad that that people didn't step up in this moment, other referees, and say, we're not going to referee matches unless our colleague is included. This is an award-winning referee who won the men's award for the entire continent of Africa. I would love for FIFA to have a stronger spine when it comes to these matters and stand up for this referee, because this is a horrific situation that we're dealing with. In terms of Iran, and by the way, if you have soccer fans cheering for a referee when they come back home, that's really crazy. Saying something, I think. But then you have Iran right now, and this is just an epic fail on the part of the Trump administration, a strategic blunder in a major way. And here's what I mean by that. President Trump should be opening his arms wide to the players from Iran, because if you look at the recent history of Iran playing in international matches, you'll see that those Iranian players have taken the opportunity to do things that are critiques of their government at home. So, for example, the last World Cup in Qatar, you had Team Melli, as they're known, the Iranian team, not sing the national anthem in their opening match, thereby signaling to activists back home that they were on their side. More recently, the women's national team from Iran traveled to Australia, where two of them claim political asylum, again, sending a message to people back home. And so this is a major own goal for the Trump administration.
I can't believe that in this day and age, like, I don't know, this is something I always heard people who grew up during the Cold War talk about, right? All these athletes and famous celebrities that would come here, come to America to perform or to compete, whatever, and then they just ended up defecting, claiming political asylum. That's crazy. That's crazy that this is happening still today. But I mean, I guess that makes sense.
In addition to just being very much against the spirit of what this event is supposed to be.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! And
yeah, we are going backwards. Actually, we may have stayed the same. Yeah, I think we like, instead of hating cats because we were big dog people, now we're cats people and we hate dogs. Like, it just doesn't make sense. We just moved on to we just shifted our anger and everything onto someone else. Okay, still in the queue for the tickets. I guess I need to figure out which matches are happening. Okay. So today, Mexico, South Africa, and Korea versus the Czech, not the Republic anymore. I guess they just, I don't know. Okay, tomorrow, Canada, Toronto. Okay, so USA v Paraguay is going to be happening tomorrow, Friday. That's crazy. Imagine trying to get into that game. Okay. Let's see. So Toronto is where Canada is playing. Okay, that makes sense. Start off in your own place. That's what Mexico did. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, the home teams always start first. Mexico went first, Canada went first, and then USA went first. That's so cute. That's cute. I love when sports do these cute things like this. Okay, so then then it's gonna be in Boston, Vancouver. Okay, New York and New Jersey are gonna have a game. Brazil versus Morocco. Damn, that's gonna be crazy. Oh, and then in San Francisco, there's gonna be a game. That's cool. Damn. Okay. And then I don't even know what this country's name is versus Ecuador. And they're going to be playing in Philadelphia, Houston, Dallas, and then in Mexico, I think. And then Miami, Atlanta. Okay, and then the next LA game is Monday. That's Iran and New Zealand. Crazy. New York, Boston, Kansas City, San Francisco again. Toronto, Dallas, Houston, Mexico City again, Atlanta. Okay. And then in Los Angeles, we got Switzerland versus Bosnia. And then what's the next LA game? There's a lot happening in Boston. That's pretty cool. San Francisco, Seattle. Did we see Seattle at all in this list yet? Oh yeah, we did. Okay, so Seattle, Toronto, Kansas City, Houston, Miami, Atlanta. Oh, we already went through this. Boston, Toronto, Houston. What's the next LA game? Okay, Turkey versus USA in Thursday, June 25th. Bro, I hope Hassan Piker is able to go to that game. I want that for him. Okay, Boston, Toronto, Seattle, Houston. What? So there's only 4 games. Okay, then the later matchups. Boston. Okay, Los Angeles. Like, where's the final game going to be played at? Let's see. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the semifinals are going to take place in Dallas, Atlanta, Miami, New York is the final. That's crazy. That's cool. All right. Hopefully United States can make it work. Hopefully United States can make it work so that way we can actually, like, make some money off of this, right? Have good tourism. Let's have the wealthy other people of countries come here and spend their money. All right. Okay, we'll keep this open still, but yeah, let's I wanted to see if we could see some of the games happening right now. This is Mexico City. Oh, they're saying fire Claudia, right? Fuera. That's terrible. It means out. Okay, yeah. They're saying get out Claudia. They don't like her. That's crazy. Oh, okay. So that's part of the protest. What happened, homie? Okay, this is some of the protest. Damn. Damn, they have a like actual barricade right there to keep the people out. And then after that, they have a human barricade. I don't know if you could see it. It's at the very bottom of the screen. But they have, cops with human shields. Cops with riot shields, and like they're just there as like that's crazy. Well, this is the thing they knocked down. Oh, the teachers did this. The teachers broke the soccer guy and then took off his clothes. No, that's terrible. Okay. Diamond riot shield. Okay. I didn't know. Did they add riot shields to Minecraft now? Damn, that's crazy. Okay. This like doesn't look real. I don't know why. Okay. All right. Okay. I think that's it for the World Cup for now. We're still gonna try to see if we can buy tickets, and I'm not gonna buy tickets. I don't have money for that. But yeah. Okay. So let's get into next thing I wanted to cover. I don't know if I put this in the title, but World Cup drama. Oh yeah. I wanted to go over this because it was from Anthony Victoria. Shout out to him. He made a thing about the Cheech Museum, I think. Let's listen to it.
For KVCR News, this is IE Latino Voices. I'm Anthony Victoria, filling in for Yvette Walker. The Cheech Marin Center for Chicano Art and Culture in downtown Riverside celebrated its 4th anniversary with the opening of a new exhibition. We the People Chicano Art in the USA features more than 100 works drawn from Cheech Marin's personal collection, alongside pieces loaned by other collectors. The exhibition's curators say We the People explores themes of migration, border politics, and identity that continue to shape Latino communities. The We the People exhibition features acrylic, oil, and mixed media pieces. Benito Huerta, the exhibition's lead curator, says the art is a timeless reflection of the Latino experience in America. He pointed to a piece from the 1990s called The Arrest of the Paleteros, which shows LAPD drawing guns on ice cream vendors and children. But Huerta says that's the point.
There's a Diego Rivera quote. It says, all art is political. What that means to me is that what you're seeing is that the artist has an idea and is trying to convince you of that idea.
Huerta says the exhibition's art pieces can be put into 3 categories. He says some of the art inspires, others provoke, and some are political.
This is one of the things I like about art, is that after we, the artists, are gone, the work will still be here, still commenting on what's going on.
One thought-provoking piece is Mojado No. 1 by Israel Alejandro Garcia. Garcia's mixed media installation features items he picked up during his 1,500-mile journey across the U.S.-Mexico border, like jugs of water and shoes left behind by migrants who bravely crossed the border. Garcia lives in Kansas City, but migrated to the U.S. from Michoacan, Mexico at 6 years old. He considers Mojado No. 1 a self-portrait.
I've always had very tough narratives within my work. I'm always dealing with the immigrant experience, and not only the happy but also the tragedies within the history of our people and our community, and the diasporas between communities and how we're treated here in the U.S.
Garcia says his piece is named Mojado #1 because it's a negative term he wants to reclaim. The term is derogatory towards migrants, particularly those from Latin America who had to cross the Rio Grande to get to the U.S.
I think we take ownership, and I wanted to take ownership, being proud of being Mojado and understanding what that means, that it ultimately does identify as the hard work that we actually put into our struggle.
Cheech Marin, the famous comedian and museum's namesake, found Garcia's work so compelling that he purchased it. Cheech says it's now a permanent fixture at his museum.
It chronicles in real time everything that's going on crossing the border. It's okay, I want to get this. It's spectacular.
And Marin says it's his life mission to make sure institutions like the Cheech preserve Latino stories for generations to come. The We the People, Chicanos in the USA exhibition runs through May 23rd of next year.
Thank you. But shown in a box. Oh, I heard my husband's hometown. Brother. I mean, sister. Huh? What was the hometown? Okay. Yeah, shout out to Anthony Victoria. That was great. Always the Cheech. If you can go and you've never been, you should go. It's in downtown Riverside. It's beautiful. I haven't been there in a while. It's over. We are overdue for a visit. Sorry, I can't spell Mexican cities. What was it? Michoacan? See, Garcia lives in Kansas City but migrated from the U.S. to Michoacan, Mexico at 6 years old. Shown in a box said yes. That's not a city. That's a whole state, right? I don't know. I could be. Okay. All right. How are we doing on tickets? Okay. We gotta wait. I guess we're halfway there waiting. All right. Oh, I was okay. Trying to find this San Bernardino Sentinel article. San Bernardino County Sentinel. Really crazy. Give me a second here. There we go. Fontana. Okay. Mexico won? Hell yeah. Good job, Mexico. That's good. That's a good way to start off the start off the World Cup for them. All right. So I thought that this had came out a while ago, but it only came out a week or 5 days ago. But anyways, the San Bernardino County Sentinel is kind of a controversial newspaper, I guess. It's like a physical newspaper, I think, but they only post like print it in certain locations. All of their website is like really old, like from 1995 or something, okay? So I don't know much about this. I can't back them as like a legitimate source or like a super legitimate source cuz I don't know any of these people. But they always write crazy crazy articles exposing stuff in the area. And if anyone from the San Bernardino Sentinel is watching this, hit me up. I'd love to interview you, or I'd love to just talk. You know, we could talk on stream or we could talk privately. I just want to know more about what you do, homie. Okay, so let's go. Written by Venturi, prequel, The City of Fontana and its half of a century of enduring corruption. DVA, I just want to talk. Yeah, exactly. All right. How Fontana and San Bernardino County built a machine that stole from taxpayers for 5 decades, and why no one was ever held accountable. It began with a casino credit line. It ends, if it ever ends, with an assistant city manager involved in the processing of his brother's real estate applications and planning commissioner whose brother is a member of the county board of supervisors and a principal in the city's permanent real estate company who oversees and holds tremendous sway over the municipality's official land use decisions. In between, the residents of Fontana and San Bernardino County have paid hundreds of millions of dollars to fund a corrupt machine so durable and so patient it simply waited out every reform, replaced every actor who left or got caught, and kept running. This is the story of that machine, how it was built, who built it, what laws were broken, and why. Across 5 decades, 4 mayors, 3 county supervisors, and a bribery prosecution, no one, at least from Fontana, has paid the price for its depredations. I think that's what that word is. By Carlos Avalos. Okay. This is going to be a long thing. Oh, Avalos, right? Avalos. Okay. Let me take a drink here. All right. Era 1. The Rattel years, 1973 to 1987. The man who built the template. Jack Rattel was Fontana's city manager for 14 years. And during that time, he turned a struggling Inland Empire city into his personal enrichment machine. The mechanism was not subtle. Developers who wanted entitlements, approvals, or public infrastructure money paid Rattel through a credit line at the MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas. Bro, like they're old-timey criminals funneling their money through Las Vegas. Oh my god. I guess this is 1973 or 87. That was, I don't know. Maybe that stuff was dying. But okay. Rattel made a weekly or bi-monthly trips to collect, then returned to City Hall with stories about winning or losing at the dice tables. Crazy. It was both to cover his story and his collection mechanism. MGM is crazy, yeah. The MGM Hotel in Las Vegas, like this is what we did. This is a washed up hotel. For council members, the bribes were tailored to circumstance. A city contract steered the one councilman's welding business, a no-show job created for another unemployed son-in-law, direct cash distributions to Mayor Nat Simon and others. Okay, now we got to start looking up names. The arrangement was institutional, not incidental. Everyone who mattered knew or chose not to know. Laws broken. Bribery of public official, California Penal Code 68. I don't even know how to read those things. Okay, hold on. Let's put some faces to some names. Mayor Nat Simon. Was he the mayor of Fontana? Yup. Oh, he died in 2001. He didn't even make it to the Great Recession. That's crazy. Man, there's no like pictures. Not even the Fontana Herald News had it. Okay, let's see what Black Voice News. Oh, I forgot to check my ticket. Okay, good. Okay, well, let's see what this Facebook post. Oh, it's just an old ass newspaper article. Is this him? No. William Bill Tooney. William quote unquote Bill Tooney. Uh Come on, Facebook. There has to be some people that have pictures of the mayor. Damn. All right, all right, all right. Okay. So Mayor Nat Simon will just have to whatever. At least confirmed he was Mayor of Fontana. The arrangement. Oh, okay. The Southridge deal. A 374 million gift to a developer. The defining transaction of the Rattel era was the Southridge development. 1090 Corporation was building a 9,100 unit residential project in the early 1980s. Under normal California redevelopment law, a developer seeking public entitlement contributions to the cost of their infrastructure their project requires, such as street, sewers, sidewalk, and storm drains. Okay. Under Rattel, the opposite happened. Rattel arranged for the city of Fontana's redevelopment agency to pay the entire 120 million infrastructure cost in 1982 dollars. On 1090's behalf, the financing came from 55 million in loans from the Glazers Union and 65 million in certificates of participation bond debt approved by a council vote, but never put to the citizens of Fontana. Okay. The quarterly bond payments are 3.12 million every 3 months, or 12.48 million per year, running for 30 years until 2013. Okay. Okay. So they paid this from 1982 all the way till 2013. Total taxpayer cost was 374 million. The quid pro quo documented in the investigation record 1090 funded Rattel's MGM hotel credit line. Rattel delivered the 120 million in public infrastructure to 1090's projects. Fontana residents paid the debt for nearly 3 decades. All right, laws broken. Misappropriation of funds, California Government Code 42. Okay, so yeah, that is good. All right, era 2. The Eichmann. Oh man. David Elshman. Hold on. Thank you for throwing all those emojis in reactions in the chat. I love that. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Hit the like button on this video. It helps a lot to get the word out to other people, which is the only thing I ask for in return. Is if you like this video, please share it with someone else. All right, Bashona in the box said, "Okay, I'm finally done with my house chores." Good. I'm so glad you're done with your house chores, and thank you for liking the video, Bashona in a box. Gosh, this is like gonna turn into some Curtis Town stuff, you know. When I say Curtis Town, I mean Curtis Connor and the whole drama where he didn't say, it's illegal for you or whatever the heck, Oh no, it was like the extra kiss or whatever. It was something in his greeting, and then he didn't do it one time in one video. All the fans lost their shit, boycotted him. Okay, anyways. Oh, I gotta look at my tickets. Okay, we're still good on time. I'm sorry, this is gonna be a thing. David Eichelman, Fontana's racing mayor, gone at 74. Oh, he has his own Wikipedia page, but no, oh no. He was a stock car racer? No way. David Ross Eichelman was an American professional stock car racer, racing driver, and politician. Bro, that makes so much sense why there's a speedway in Fontana now. Why there is the Fontana Speedway. So many memories of going to see NASCAR races there. DVA said what? It's the huh? I know. I'm sorry. Okay. So David Eichelman, I wonder he served as mayor of Fontana for 2 terms from 1994 to 2002. Okay. Eichelman also competed in the NASCAR Busch North Series. Hey, DVA, I remember going to Fontana Raceway too. Yeah, it's a great place. I mean, it's cool. It's obviously it's a racetrack, so it's loud as hell. Wait, so he was racing while he was mayor? No, he raced after he was mayor. Oh, okay. 2003, 2004, 2005. Oh my god. That's crazy. There should be a board game about politicians, and for like every trope of a politician, like, oh, they're a former athlete turned politician. Oh, they're a former, whatever, a former real estate developer turned politician. It's just they're all the same people who go into politics. All right. Okay, so that check the tickets. So we're good. We're good. Um, a former farmer. Yeah, those are old timey politicians. They were all former farmers. But okay. All right. David Eichelman, who had first been elected to city council in 1990 and eventually would become mayor, enjoyed several advantages that had essentially been handed to him. Having come onto the council after the departure of Rattel, he never understood nor came to fully appreciate the depth of damage that Rattel, inconvenience with former Mayor Simon, and with the acquiescence, thank you, of some other city officials had inflicted upon the city. Bashon in a Box said, there was a former farmer? That's crazy. I had no idea. Bashon in a Box, what did you think people did in America before the turn of the century? They were all farmers. Andrew Jackson. Oh, man. I love you, Bashon in a Box. You crack me up. Was a former farmer? A former farmer as president? No, you're not dumb. You're not dumb. This just cracks me up. Okay. Okay. Somewhat wrongheadedly, he championed removing John O'Sullivan, the reformist city manager who replaced Rattel, mainly because under the influence of Simon, he believed that O'Sullivan was being too drastic and aggressive in his approach to righting the listing Fontana ship. In 1992, Simon's successor as mayor, Bill Cragness, was forced by deterioration in his health to resign his office, at which point he was succeeded by Gary Boyles, a member of the city council in 1980s and early 1990s, who had 4 years to no real avail. Man, this is going to be a hard word. Hold on. Vociferously? Very loudly. Okay. Okay, to no avail, very loudly warned his council colleagues about Rattel's misadventures. In the more than 5 years following Rattel's departure, the city burned through 3 city managers, of course, just like San Bernardino. O'Sullivan, Jim Grissom, and Jay Corey. In 1993, in what was perhaps Boyle's most significant accomplishment as mayor, he promoted Greg Devereux. I'm pretty sure that's how you say it. It's French. Devereaux. Thank you. Who had been hired in 1992 as Fontanna's redevelopment and housing manager to city manager. Upon becoming mayor in 1994, Eichelman inherited Devereaux as city manager, though Eichelman never fully recognized how Rattel had defunded. Oh, sorry. Oh man, denuded. I'm sorry. Denuded the city of revenue by diverting into the pockets of developers money that should have been used to build infrastructure to accommodate the impact of the subdivisions those developers were constructing. He recognized the financial challenges the city faced. He essentially allowed Devereaux to work his economic development magic on the city, which was not really magic, but rather an approach that called for a permissive policy towards development, a philosophy that the city could grow its way out of the problems in enveloping it. While Devereux was provided correct, accompanying that fix were all of the headaches that come with transforming what previously was an agricultural community that was hosting a steel mill into a 43 square mile urban landscape packed wall to wall with houses, factories, and warehouses with little or no buffering in between. That's for sure. Former agricultural community. Damn, Bishon in a box said D's nuts. Terrible. We're gonna have to ban Bishon in a box. All right, here we go. We got through the 1994 to 2002. Now let's continue into Y2K. Okay, the Nuami years, era 3, 2002 to 2010. Developer money obliterates what little reform the shredding of Rattel represented. Oh, shedding. Mark Nuami's 2002 defeat of David Eichelman was not a grassroots insurgency. It was funded by a consortium of developers who understood that Eichelman's reform orientation had constrained their ability to capture public resources. Nuami ran on accusations of conflict of interest against Eichelman, whose wife had accepted a planning commission appointment. She resigned immediately when the issue was raised, and who had declined to annex property he personally owned, correctly noting that annexation would constitute a conflict. What Nuami did not disclose during this campaign, his own employer, a traffic technology company called Iteris, held a multi-million-dollar contract with the city of Fontanna. Nuami was a sitting city council. Was a sitting city council. I think they misspelled councilian. Okay, councilman. I guess maybe it's a non-binary councilman. I don't know. I'm sorry. While his employer collected city money, he attacked Eichelman for conflicts he did not have while concealing a conflict he did. He won 47.4% to 41.6%, with the third candidate drawing 10.8%. Laws broken, conflict of interest, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The double dipping mayor. From March 2006 to December 2009, Mark Nuami simultaneously held two government positions, mayor of Fontanna and deputy city manager of Colton. What the No, bro, you have to live in the city you work in. How is he going to be a deputy city manager for Colton? Oh my God. An adjacent city whose planning and infrastructure decisions directly intersected with Fontana's. He drew salaries from both. Any coordination between Fontanna Redevelopment Agency decisions and Colton Development's interests during that period represented potential violations of both Section 87-100 and Section 1090 of the Government Code. law broken, dual public employment conflict. Bro, it's right there. Why did no, and this is 2006 to 2009. Nobody was paying attention or nobody had the ability to raise this as an issue. That's crazy. All right. The Redevelopment Agency, a weapon of financial extraction. With Ken Hunt as his city manager and executive director of the Fontanna Redevelopment Agency, Nuami chaired an agency that controlled 5 project areas and developed hundreds of millions of dollars in tax increment financing. The agency's records across those 8 years is a catalog of financial harm to Fontana's public institutions. The Ventana project, Nuami championed this mixed use development as, in his words, an entirely new type of development for the city. The RDA acquired the Ventana property at $43.4 million, a figure added to the city's capital asset in 2014. The city eventually sold it at a 31.8 million loss. This has got to be a mistake, said financial director Rachel Brown when she discovered the loss. It was not a mistake. No one was ever held accountable. Who bought it? Who bought it? So, the property was valued at 43.4 million. Okay, and then they sold it. Oh my god. For 10 million less. Crazy. And you know that housing always goes up in value. All right. The housing fund shortfall. California's redevelopment law required agencies to deposit 20% of tax increment into a low and moderate income housing fund. A lawsuit filed before 2012 alleged that the Fontana RDA owed $27 million to its own housing fund money that should have been reserved for affordable housing and was not deposited. The shortfall accumulated primarily during Nuami's tenure. The school district, a separate lawsuit filed around 2011-2012, alleged the RDA had failed to make legally required pass-through payments to the Fontana Unified School District. California Health and Safety Code section blah 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 requires agencies to share tax increment growth with schools. The money was apparently kept by the agency. Wow. Huh. The illegal transfers. The California State Controller's 2014 review found $7.1 million in illegal cash transfers from the RDA to the city in 2011. $1 million from the downtown project area, $2.28 million from the Sierra Corridor, $3.84 million from the Ventana project area, all traced to Nuami area operations. All were ordered returned, none were returned. Oh my god. Okay. The law is broken, misappropriation of public funds. Okay. Illegal transfers from RGA project accounts to the city's general fund violate Government Code 424, and the specific does. Okay, sorry. Let me just. In the final weeks of his mayoralty, Nuami pushed through Amendment Number 9 to the Southwest Industrial Park Redevelopment Plan, expanding this tax increment captured zone by 1,101 acres over community opposition. The expansion was approved in 2010 and took effect as Warren assumed the mayoralty. It benefited warehouse developers who needed public infrastructure funding. The same Southwest Industrial Park project area had been established in 1977 during the Rattel era. It was now, under Nuami's final act of governance, the instrument of benefit for the next generation of developers. Oof, the City Link revolving door. My overall mayoralty. Yeah, it's what a weird word. In 2009, Nuami co-funded a nonprofit called CityLink with then Councilwoman Aquanetta Warren and Pastor Dan Carroll of Water of Life Community Church. There we go. There we go. We covered this with Jesse Armendariz. He then resigned the mayor's office 6 months before his term expired, citing a new full-time position. That position was Senior Director of Strategic Projects at Water of Life Community Church, the same institution he had just set up to receive public money through CityLink. Yeah, DVA Life of Water. It sounds like they do reverse it, and instead of giving water to the life, they just take the life for their own water. Warren became mayor in 2010. Federal emergency solution grants funding began flowing to CityLink shortly after. Nuwami now designs the grant application that Water of Life CityLink submits to the city and county officials, the same officials whose careers he helped build. He left government to take a private position at the institution he created to receive public money, the revolving door in its most complete form. Yeah, DV8 said every church ever, 100%. Shout out to the Mormons. They are apparently the most profitable church out there. They have the most money in America. Or I should say they own the most stocks, right? They have the most assets like that. The Catholic Church got old time money, but the Mormons church, they got that new money. They got those stocks and bonds. All right. So the law broken. Federal grant fraud, False Claims Act 31. Okay. If grant applications submitted by Water of Life / CityLink contain false statements about eligibility, program activities, or fund usage, each application constitutes a false claim against the federal government under the False Claim Act, carrying civil penalties of up to 3 times the amount of each false claim. Okay. The coordination between the official who co-founded the entity, Nuwami, the official who controls the grant process, Warren, and the entity receiving the grant creates a textbook self-dealing structure subject to federal scrutiny. All right, how do we get the federal government to investigate this? Because, Mayor Warren is still a mayor. The county level. Oh, the colonies chapter. I love that again. Damn, he still works for Water of Life. No, does he also still work in government? Oh, okay, this is from 2013. Wait, did he also work for Yucca Valley? And this article didn't know? No. Okay. Oh. Okay. 24 minutes on my tickets. Mark Nuwami. Because they claimed, I think they said he only worked at Colton. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, Mark Nuwami simultaneously held 2 government positions, Mayor Fontanna, Deputy City Manager of Colton. But then he was also on to dismiss Town Manager Mark Nuwami. Wow. That's crazy. Nuwami was hired to manage the town in 2010 and yet to be executed separation agreement states Nuwami performed his duties. Wow. Okay, wait, let me just save this. Old news, but it's good. Maybe I'll make like a whole video on all the corruption in Fontana because that's crazy. Okay. His name is Mark New. I don't even know. Nuami. Yucca Valley's town manager. Okay. Crazy. All right. While Nuami was running Fontana's corrupt machine at the city level, Paul Biani, the county's second district supervisor, overseeing the western half of Fontana, entangled himself in a political corruption scandal that took him more than 11 years to extricate himself from, and then only by the application of millions and millions of dollars at the cost of utter destruction of his political career. On November 28th, 2006, Biani voted yes on a 102 million settlement with Colony Partners LP, a developer that had filed a lawsuit against San Bernardino County over a flooded control easement dispute. The vote was 3-2. Without Biani, the settlement would have failed. Bro, he voted to settle with. Oh my God. This was in 2006. In 2011, California Attorney General and San Bernardino County District Attorney jointly announced the insurance of a superseding indictment to an ongoing criminal case in which Biani was charged with misappropriation of public funds, filing a fraudulent tax return, perjury, filing a false instrument, and 2 counts of bribery. Dude, this guy has a library named after him though. Yeah. See, Paul Biani. You search Paul Biani, the first thing that comes up, Ranch Cucamonga Library. The Paul A. Biani Library. That's the one in the Victoria Gardens, which is another development scandal thing. All right, so yeah, Paul Biani, former supervisor. Oh, former supervisor Paul Biani and 2 others are found not guilty in Colony's corruption case. Paul Biani was former representative. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God. All 4 defendants had pleaded not guilty. Wait, is this from 2013? No, it's from 2017. Wow. Biani and the 2 other defendants in this case, Jeff Burnham, that's the guy. That's the guy that current second district San Bernardino County Board of Supervisor Jesse Armendariz is accused of helping out. Damn, Jeff Burnham, Burham, a Ranch Cucamonga developer, and Mark Kirk, the former chief of staff of then County Supervisor Gary Ovitt, were acquitted of charges of a jury on August 28th in 2017, I guess. One other defendant in this case, Jim Irwin, was being tried by a separate jury. Or Irwin, that name sounds familiar too. Damn, all these developers be getting themselves into trouble. Why? No, it can't be this guy. He's an astronaut. Interesting. All right, that's another name to look into later on. We are getting into big rabbit hole here. Okay. So Paul Biani as 1.2 or $102 million settlement. Okay. In 2011, California Attorney General and San Bernardino County District Attorney jointly announced the issuance of a superseding indictment to an ongoing criminal case in which Biani was charged with most misappropriation. Oh, did I already read this? Yes. Biani, who had been voted out of office in 2010 as unfavorable publicity about the 2006 vote mounted. So why does he still have a library named after him then? I'm mad. Was out of state when the indictment was handed down. His image was seen everywhere, it seemed, on wanted posters issued by the district attorney's office, in which he was described as a fugitive from justice. As he arrived in Ontario Airport to turn himself in after he learned of the indictment, he was subjected to the indignity of being photographed as law enforcement officers converged on him to place him in handcuffs. Hilarious. I wish we could find that picture. DV8 said, too much corruption, it seems, yet if you point it out, people are all like, well, what are you going to do? Exactly. It's like, what do you mean? We have got to get these people out. Yes, we do. It's because it's like, people are like, well, politicians are always like that. No, we shouldn't be settling for crumbs. The case hung in limbo for more than 5 years as pre-trial sparring between the prosecution and defense attorney proceeded. The case went to trial in 2017 in the same courtroom before two jurors, one for Biani, Burnham, and Kirk, and the other for Erwin. Dragged on for 8 months. Biani, Burnham, and Kirk were acquitted after a reported $17.5 million was spent on their legal defense. Jesus. Irwin's jury hung, failing to reach a unanimous verdict on any of the charges against him. Bill Postmus, a county supervisor who had joined with Burnham in the 2006 vote to approve the $102 million payout to the colony's partners, was with Irwin when one of the two original criminal defendants in the case before the superseding indictment of Biani, Burnham, Kirk, and Irwin in 2011. Just prior to the superseding indictment was handed down in 2011, Postmus pleaded guilty to 14 felonies and confirmed in a statement to investigators and prosecutors that he had received money from Burnham's company. Wow. They're all in cahoots with each other. The colony's partners in exchange for his November 2006 vote. Okay, that's crazy. Money for a vote. The guilty plea remains on public record. Note on Postmus' current activity, Postmus operates Mountain States Consulting as a political consulting vehicle, which documented financial relationships connecting. Okay, whatever. Excuse me. All right. Okay. Postmus is a minority owner of Eagle Real Estate Group alongside Dino DeFazio. What a name. Dino DeFazio, who was charged with perjury in a criminal case associated with the prosecution of Postmus, Biani, Burnham, Kirk, and Irwin. Charges against DeFazio were later dropped by the prosecution. Postmus served as a lobbyist for Alliance Building Solutions, and that company's owner, Brad Chapman, the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors approved providing Alliance Building Solution a no-bid $5.5 million project to upgrade county properties, which included a waiver for the requirement of the company that company comply with the state of California's prevailing wage requirement on that project. Crazy. Postmus was from 2004 until 2006 served on the board of supervisor with Josie Gonzalez, who prior to that was a councilwoman in Fontana. He served as her campaign advisor in the 2024 special election for San Bernardino County Assessor Recorder Kirk, blah, blah, blah. He again advised her in her electoral efforts to keep that post in his year's election. No opponents to Gonzalez emerged. Gonzalez, as the assessor recorder county clerk, is the elected official whose office now controls all property records and assessments for a county where Postma's clients hold hundreds of millions of dollars worth of property interest. Okay, the law broken bribery. Okay. Ken Hunt, 29 years, 3 masters, and 1.1 million for silence. The man who knew everything and said nothing. Ken Hunt joined the Fontana city government in January 1990. He worked under Devereaux, saw what recovery from the misapplication of municipal authority looked like, and understood in precise detail how completely the city's direction had changed when Nuami defeated Eichelman. He served as city manager for 20 years under Eichelman, under Nuami, briefly under Frank Skildone, and for 9 years under Aquanetta Warren. He was simultaneously the mechanism through which Fontana's corruption operated and the man who discovered one of the most recent iterations. In spring 2019, Kent Hunt reached a conclusion. Aquanetta Warren was on the take. The evidence was a pattern he had observed in how Warren helped Alliance Building Solutions. A contractor obtained a helped Warren get a contractor, obtain a no bid contract in Fontana, and helped Alliance Building Solutions. Sorry, that was kind of a mess. It was not the only pattern he had seen, but it was the one that crystallized his judgment. In July 2019, the City Council issued a press release announcing Hunt's sudden departure. His contract ran through the end of 2021. He left immediately. The payment. In 2020, Ken Hunt received a $300,000 settlement pay in extra payment not required by any provision of his contract, $400,000 in leave payoff. Oh my God, this man got $1 million and then some. Oh my God, when he became the highest paid city employee in California for 2020 without working a single day. Jesus Christ, why did he get this much back, like this severance package? Jeez. Under Hunt's contract, a voluntary resignation triggered 0 severance. Jeez. So then why did we give him severance? Or why did Fontana? A termination without cause triggered 12 months of base pay. The city paid nearly 3 years of Hunt's salary. Robert Fellner of Transparent California stated plainly, the fact that Fontana paid more than required by Hunt's contract can be construed as hush money. No. I know, seriously, can I not work and get paid? Jeez, apparently it's just being politics. If Hunt had resigned willingly, Fontana wouldn't have owed him anything. Warren initially said Hunt wished to retire. When pressed about the contract requiring him to remain until 2021, she adjusted her account to say he resigned. Neither explanation accounts for the above contractual payment. The California State Auditor examined the circumstances of Hunt's departure with, in the investigation records, words, sophisticated, exacting, and intense focus. Jeez. Who cares? Okay. All right. Laws broken, obstruction, hush money, potential, federal, 8. Okay. Paying significantly more than any contract provision required is the documented signature of a payment made to secure silence rather than to satisfy a legal obligation. Okay. Yeah, misuse of public funds by paying him out. The federal theory, RICO, and the 50-year pattern. The legal significance of documenting 5 decades of corruption is not primarily wait. The legal significance of documenting 5 decades of corruption is not primarily historically. That sentence doesn't make sense to me. It is structural. The Federal Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Statute, the RICO, was designed precisely for situations like this. Not isolated corrupt acts, but a continuing enterprise in which corruption is the operating principle. Actors rotate in and out, and the institution persists. RICO requires proof of an enterprise affecting interstate commerce with which defendants are associated through a pattern of racketeering activity, meaning at least 2 predictive acts within 10 years. The predictive acts documented in this investigation include the Alliance Building Solution kickback scheme, that's from 2017 and 2019, the illegal RDA asset transferred found by the state controller in 2011, and the City Link sole source funding pipeline, which is still going on, and the ongoing affordable housing financial irregularities, which is something that I talked about with Jesse Armendariz, Supervisor Jesse Armendariz. I met with him personally off the record and asked him, I was like, what's up with this CityLink stuff? And he straight up told me, he's like, because I was like, it does look fishy that the only person getting all these contracts for affordable housing is Water of Life CityLink. And, I told him, I was like, usually in these situations, we could, maybe there could have been someone else better to do the job. But because there was, and before I could even say that, because there might be someone else better, Jesse Armendariz cut me off and was like, there was no one else better to do this job. Water of Life CityLink was the best person to do this job. And I straight up hit him back with, I was like, and we'll never know because there was no other person, no other contracts, no other, developers to bid on this contract. But now it's all starting to kind of make sense, is it not? The historical documentation, the Rattel credit casino lines, the South Ridge infrastructure giveaway, the Numi era RDA misappropriations, and the colony's briberies establishes the pattern. RICO does not require convincing Rattel or Nuami or convicting Rattel or Nuami for the predicated acts they committed. It requires demonstrating that the current actors are operating within a continuing criminal enterprise with demonstrable historic pattern. That's what this is. Totally, it is. Damn, how do we get federal agents on this? Deviate said, damn. Yeah, this is crazy. All right. That's funny. U.S. Code 666 is the federal program's bribery. That's funny. All right. Section 666 extends federal bribery and theft statutes to any state or local government that receives more than $10,000 in federal funding in 1 year, a threshold Fontanna and San Bernardino County far exceeded. Kickbacks paid to local officials in connection with contracts or grants at a federally funded agency constitutes federal crimes, regardless of whether the specific contract involved federal dollars. Okay, the circle completes. Fontanna in 2026. In 2021, Phil Burnham, brother of Jeff Burnham, the developer charged with ultimately acquitted in the colony's bribery prosecution, was installed as Fontanna's assistant city manager. No way, come on. In 2022, Jesse Armendariz, Aquanetta Warren's political protege, a member of Water of Life Community Church, and holds stakes in Sierra Realty, one of Fontanna's premier real estate companies, which generates him income of over $100,000 per year. Bro, you don't need to be San Bernardino County Board of Supervisor if that's how much you're making. Was elected to San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors' 2nd District seat. Just like I said, the same seat previously held by Paul Biani. What is going on? 2nd District, corrupt. My district, corrupt. Damn. All right. In 2025-2026, Diversified Pacific, Jeff Burnham's company, filed a 393-unit development application with the city of Fontana. Joe Armendariz, Jesse's brother. Okay. Jesse's brother chairs the Fontana Planning Commission. Damn, the corruption runs deep. Hold on, let me look him up. Joe Armendariz. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh my God, he looks just like his brother. They are the same. No, literally. Okay, hold on. They literally look like the same person. Do they have a picture of them together? No, wait, they look so similar. I swear to God, it's like I'm looking at Jesse Armendariz. Oh, my tummy's growling. Yeah, DV8 said you can't make this up. Look, here he is, Joe Armendariz with Aquanetta Warren. Oh my God. Come on, brother. Okay, fine. We'll just have to pull up a picture of Jesse on our own then. Jesse has glasses. Oh my God, he has glasses and he has gray hair. There you go. You can see that. They are the same person. Oh my God. Oh, this is his wife? Bro, she's white. Why is your wife white? Who opened this box where we have all of this happening? I don't know, bro. DVA, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to make this a bigger story than it is because clearly it's not that big of a story. Yeah. This is the same guy. Bro, that's crazy. See, look, here's a young picture of him. The only difference is that Joe Armendariz doesn't have straight teeth like Jesse does. All right, let me get off of this. Damn. Okay. Jesse's brother chairs the Fontana Planning Commission. Phil Burnham processes his brother's company's entitlement application. Joe Armendariz chairs the commission that approves it. Jesse Armendariz controls the county funding that surrounds it. The machine is fully operational. From Jack Rattel's MGM Hotel credit line in 1973 to Phil Burnham's management of his brother's development applications in 2026. 53 years of continuous institutional corruption, 3 distinct eras, multiple mechanisms, 1 consistent principle. Public money flows to those who pay the officials who control it. The machine works because it is patient, because it replaces its actors while preserving its structure, because the local oversight bodies have been captured at every level, because the people who discovered the corruption were paid to stay silent, because the prosecution that reached court were defeated on evidentiary technicalities. I think that's saying they didn't have enough evidence, right? The only path to accountability that remains open runs through federal agencies. The FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of Inspector General, okay, Department of Civil Rights, okay, that's it. Dang. Thank you. Carlos Avalos, I think was his name. I can't believe we read that whole article. Yeah, Carlos Avalos. Let's see if we could Google him. Public servant, investigative journalist. Is this a guy? Oh, I don't want to sign into LinkedIn. Yeah, he's in Fontana. He went to Arizona State University. Interesting. All right. How can I message him? Okay. Carlos Avalos, can you get Instagram so I can message you? Yeah, LinkedIn is weird. Nah, I don't know. Exactly. LinkedIn is weird. If I have to let's see. Is this the same guy? No, that's someone from Los Angeles. This looks like the same guy. Real estate agent. Carlos Avalos. Specialing in that looks like this guy. But maybe they just have the same hair. No, I don't know. Contact info. Let's see. Carlos Avalos, journalist. Man, there's so many. I don't know. Man, okay. Well, I guess I'll off stream I'll go on LinkedIn and send him an email. Disgusting. Oh, did I miss my tickets? Oh no, yes, we can do the tickets. No, I think we missed it. I wasn't paying attention. They're gonna make us do the whole waiting queue. Oh no. Okay. That's it. We tried. And I forgot. That's okay. It wasn't gonna happen. I don't need to take a line from someone who actually can go see the World Cup games. I know. No, it's okay. I'm not gonna wait in the queue again. That was like it was literally like an hour of waiting in the queue, and then I missed the 5 minutes of window to actually sign up for it, or I mean to get in there. Okay, hold on. We're gonna watch a Hasanabi video, which means I'm gonna go get some food and take a quick little break. But here we go. Okay, yeah. Oh, is this him interviewing the lady in LA? I think so. No, we can't watch that whole thing. Well, maybe we can.
Insurance companies dictate our doctors.
Oh no, that's Colorado's. Nope. Okay, let's watch.
No one is questioning whether or not Russia has committed war crimes, and no one is questioning whether or not America is currently in the process of committing war crimes, except for CNN. U.S. forces launched strikes against Iranian air defenses and radar installations in southern Iran Tuesday, with CENTCOM confirming the operation was carried out under direct orders from Trump. A U.S. official told Al Jazeera and Fox News that the strikes are ongoing. Trump told ABC News, "We had to respond to the downing of the Apache helicopter." Explosions were reported in Keshem Island, in Sidik, in Menab, all coastal areas near the Strait of Hormuz, with Tasnim News reporters confirming 6 blasts fired from U.S. fighter jets. The Iranian state broadcaster IDIB confirmed explosions in Keshem and Sidik. Reports of strikes in central Iran remain unconfirmed. Separately, explosions were also heard in Adbil, Iraq, according to Tasnim. Iran vowed an immediate response. This was yesterday. Iran vowed an immediate response. An Iranian official told Al Jazeera the Apache was not flying over international waters, disputing the U.S. justification. Tasnim then cited Iranian sources saying Tehran will give a definitive response to the U.S. aggression carried out under the pretext of the Apache helicopter crash. Arabic news outlets say highest alert levels have been issued at U.S. military bases in Kuwait, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. And then the wave of U.S. strikes on southern Iran ended for the time being. That was yesterday. And, this tit for tat has basically continued overnight. And it seems that it will continue today as well.
For the downing of an Apache helicopter. Iran also targeting the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Video geolocated by CNN does appear to show a flash coming from the area of a U.S. naval facility there. Both Bahrain and Kuwait say they intercepted a number of Iranian strikes. The president told Fox News he's getting close to ordering new strikes on Iranian bridges and power plants because negotiations have been so slow. And before that, on social media, he wrote of Iran, now they will have to pay the price. This follows a range of back and forth attacks between the U.S. and Iran overnight. Iran saying it launched strikes on U.S. targets in the Middle East, including a base in Jordan and the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Iran state media says U.S. strikes hit 2 reservoirs, cutting off drinking water to 20,000 people. CENTCOM has not yet responded to that. I want to get right to CNN's Elena Treen.
Remember, if their targets are civilian targets, that means that is an admission. Their targets are civilian targets. That is an admission that they are unable to defeat Iran militarily. They're unable to deteriorate Iran's striking capabilities, and that's precisely the reason why they're hitting civilian targets instead.
But the Iranians are saying that a water desalination plant was also struck, knocking out drinking water in parts of that region. Now,
tremendous accomplishment, by the way, by the mighty American military once again. So cool that Iran takes out a $50 million Apache helicopter, and then in retaliation, America just shuts off water access to 20,000 civilians. A straight-up war crime, by the way. It is very odd that the American media is I mean, this is like worse than our Iraq coverage, I think, where the American mainstream media would at the very least try to hide our war crimes. Nowadays, we celebrate it. We flex it like it's a tremendous accomplishment. Very weird. Very, very weird that we're just, we're just like, yeah, we're doing war crimes. Nothing we can do about it. Yeah. For the price of $7,000 to $10,000 with a Shahed drone, they take out a $50 million helicopter. And then our retaliation is swift, and it's, of course, predictably retaliation towards civilians. A war crime, collective punishment, war crime. And yeah, this is just how we do it nowadays.
All of this comes as the situation in the Persian Gulf and specifically in the Strait of Hormuz remains extremely volatile, with the U.S. and Iran trading blows in that area over the past couple of days. But also, as Iran and the United States are still trying to find a way to reach a memorandum of understanding that would end the hostilities between the two countries and then pave the way for broader peace negotiations. Fred Pleitgen, CNN, Tehran.
Joining me right now, CNN political and global affairs commentator Sabrina Singh and CNN global affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Guys, thanks for being here.
By the way, the global commentator Sabrina Singh is straight up a war criminal, like literally worked for the PR department, for the State Department.
All right, I'm back.
During our
your chair always sounds like
Biden administration.
That's right.
With our maximum fealty to Israel strategy that we deployed as Israel carried out its genocide against the Palestinians. Just so you guys understand, like, what the vibes are over at ZNN.
Let's start with this new warning from the president. What do you make of this of this social media posting now?
Well, what's interesting about this social media post is when CENTCOM launched the retaliatory strikes from the Apache that was shot down, they said it was proportional in nature. Now, this Truth Social post this morning could really change that. But I think the paradox here is that both sides do not want to go back to a full-scale war. So what you're seeing—
Oh, sorry. She worked for the Department of Defense, not state. Yeah. Even more hands-on. I mean, she was doing PR for the DOD under the Biden administration whenever journalists would ask her about, are there any updates on the Department of Defense's contracts with the State of Israel, considering the litany of war crimes that Israel is committing? And her job was to be like, no, they're investigating themselves.
And let's talk about this back and forth retaliation here, Kim. Iran now says 20,000 Iranians have lost access to drinking water after 2 reservoirs were struck. Iran blames this on the United States. CNN has reached out to Central.
What do you mean blames this on the United States? There's literally impact sites that you just showed. The American government and Central Command has admitted to striking Iran. It's not. It's just what. is just what happened. You know, I don't understand what the purpose of saying that is. Like, is it up for debate? You just showed it.
Man for comment on the strikes, but Trump has threatened to hit water treatment plants in Iran. He started saying that back in April. That faced backlash then because civilian infrastructure sites like water plants are banned as targets by international law. If that's what the United States is now doing, and that's an if, CENTCOM has not responded.
Oh, that's an if. First of all, the American government has openly admitted to engaging in war crimes already by striking civilian infrastructure such as bridges.
A key bridge near Tehran was among the targets hit. Mr. Trump posted a video of its destruction, urging Iran to agree a ceasefire deal before it's too late.
Donald Trump, on top of that, has not only flexed that they are hitting civilian sites, but they will continue to blow up all civilian sites. If there was any decency in this world, if there was any real maintenance of the international standards that we, the United States of America, were the architectures of, there is enough evidence here to suggest intent and to show action that is genocidal.
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Or at the very least, war crimes by the International Criminal Court against Donald Trump. Of course, there is no world where The Hague prosecutes the American president. We literally have a law that dictates that The Hague can't even prosecute American allies, the Invasion of the Hague Act, since we kickstarted the global war on terror. But there is no if in this situation. Donald Trump has already shown genocidal intent. He has admitted over and over again that he is invested in doing war crimes. He has admitted and taken responsibility over war crimes that America has conducted. The entire Operation Epic Fury started with an act of perfidy in a negotiations process with Iran once again. So the notion that this is up for debate is completely ridiculous. It's not up for debate at all. Donald Trump is openly saying that, you know, he wants to keep doing war crimes against Iran.
Yet. What do you make of that?
Well, under U.S.
Why wouldn't you say Russia is conducting a genocide? Great question. I've talked about this already, but if you heard what I said there's genocidal intent established by Donald Trump saying I'm going to genocide Iran. But even if there isn't a genocide that you could prove, you can absolutely prove without a shred of doubt that Donald Trump has engaged in war crimes. I've also admitted and openly stated over and over again that Russia has engaged in war crimes as well. Words mean things. You're entertaining a gray name looking debate. I know.
This kind of a target, according to proportionality, according to, you know, did this particular water reservoir or these two reservoirs mostly feed into military facilities? In that case, you could make a legal argument that they were okay to strike. But what we're hearing from Iran is these fed large civilian districts, and you have many Iranian military sites next to or co-located with civilian areas. So it is hard for me to understand.
Oh, is it? It's hard for you to understand when Donald Trump says we're going to destroy all cultural landmarks. We're going to destroy the entirety of like Iranian existence. We're going to wipe Iran and its culture off the map. It's difficult to understand. Yeah, it's only difficult to understand because you're refusing to understand what's taking place here. That's the only reason why it's difficult, I guess. Not actually difficult to understand at all. Yeah. Derek Davison says, they were aggressively drinking water at us. We had no choice but to retaliate. Yeah, self-defense strikes against a water reservoir. How ridiculous.
Why this was okay. Why not hit one of their drone factories or part of the military arm that's allowing them to continue with the war fighting? Because it takes decades to repair a water reservoir in a country that has struggled with drought. This is a real blow.
What questions does this raise for you in this moment?
I agree with Kim. I mean, right now, there could be a legal argument that CENTCOM could make, and that if this was, a water facility that was, assisting military facilities or military infrastructure in some way, but there's a lot of questions here, and I think CENTCOM's statement yesterday said that they struck.
What do you mean a water facility that's assisting military facilities? There is no argument, dude. They're literally, oh my God, everything is Israel. We are Israel. Israel and the United States of America are one nation under God, indivisible. What are you saying right now? Oh, the military was drinking the water? These were water reservoirs of terror? They're literally doing the Hamas line. Sorry, it was a Hamas-spital. This time.
Hamas-spital? That's hilarious. Hamas-spital. Devate said, all of this in-between type nonsense these people have, and it reflects on the people that are watching the news. Yeah, 100%. They're like trying to be nonpartisan or, not pick a side, but in that, they're like ignoring the absolute atrocities happening.
It's a Hamas water reservoir. What the is the IRGC water? That's what it is.
Air defense targets and radars and ground.
Russia is potentially committing acts of genocide under the Genocide Convention, specifically Article 2. Yes, the forcible transfer of children from the occupied population. I know. Broadly speaking, their overarching goals are complete domination of Ukraine, expansion of their territory over the Ukrainian borders, and to bring the Ukrainian population into their population numbers. Are they going to be successful? No, of course not. But that's the broader goal here. As opposed to the Israeli goals are never to incorporate the Palestinian population into their overall population. It's land acquisition, it's territorial expansion with ethnic cleansing involved. That's the major difference. In any case, like I said,
Israel.
Just because you can potentially establish genocidal intent doesn't mean that it is a genocide, which is why I said with the United States of America, there is genocidal intent, but it would never, I don't know if it would ever, even in a just world, it would hold up to the standard of a genocide. Whereas with Korea, we can clearly define it as one, given the bombing campaigns and the targets that they struck in Korea. However, no one is questioning whether or not Russia has committed war crimes, and no one is questioning whether or not America is currently in the process of committing war crimes, except for CNN. The point I was making is that CNN is actually trying to create doubt where no such doubt exists, because we know that it happened. We watched it happen. We saw the impact sites. And not only that, but also Donald Trump has openly stated that he is invested in doing war crimes in Iran.
Control centers. So there is a bit of discrepancy. I mean, it would be nice if the Pentagon held briefings.
Can I ask how Russia is relevant to this current discourse at all? It's not. It's not even in any way, shape, or form, unless you want to say, when Russia does it, we call it out and we openly acknowledge it. When America does it, the whole world stands by and acts as though there's some doubt. The only reason why some people come in here to say, oh, what about Russia? When, Russia's actions are comparable to the United States of America, 100%. There's no doubt there. I, openly mention that all the time. But a lot of libs come in here to bring Russia up to throw a deflection grenade. It's like a smoke bomb. To be like, oh, well, what about Russia? It's like, yeah, what about it? Yes, they're doing war crimes. You and I agree on that. You don't agree on America conducting war crimes. That's the reason why you want to deflect away from America to point the finger at Russia right now.
We could ask some of these questions and get more clarification on why this desalination plant was hit. But this is going to have a big hit to the 20,000 people who depend on this water. And that is a catastrophic effect of this war. And of course, as we know, also here, the rising gas prices.
You posted this morning about Iran. You said that they've taken too long to get to a deal. I want to make sure I quote you correctly.
Hey, it's not why is Korea genocide? The United States supported Koreans, maybe war crimes, but not genocide? No. The Korean War was genocidal. What we did in Korea is literally what Israel is doing in Gaza right now. If you consider what Israel is doing in Gaza to be a genocide, then you have to recognize that what we did in Korea is also the exact same. As a matter of fact, that is the established precedent for the Dahiyya Doctrine before Israel ever.
Wow. Dahiyya, an Israeli military strategy involving large-scale destruction of civilian infrastructure. That's terrible. TVA said when the U.S. does it, all of a sudden people are like, well, we meant good by it. Or, well, that's war. Yeah. 100%. Like when we went to Iraq and Afghanistan, oh, we're going there to spread democracy.
Used it in Dahia, in suburbs of Beirut, in southern Lebanon. That's where that military technique comes from, collateralizing the entire civilian population, destroying civilian infrastructure deliberately. That is the Dahia doctrine. That is what America is doing right now in Iran. That is literally what is understandably considered genocidal acts. Not only that, but they also wanted to use a nuke in Korea as a so.
That's terrible. All right. Well, I finished eating. Let's just switch into our favorite worker power hour.
KCAA against Iran. The drop also comes after May's CPI report showed the month zones facing forces by tomorrow weather hazards.
Due to TeHeboTeaClub.com. Tehebo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E.
100% positive. Part of the KC company is going to.
Times it just happens. So
There we go.
we're a first-time radio host, and it's been a few weeks since we've had a show because there was just some stuff going.
Okay, I got Hassan technology now, by the way. I downloaded this volume increaser that Hassan uses. Whoops.
On and sometimes it just happens. So and we'll have a show this week, and we won't have a live one next week, but then we'll have live shows after that for the next few weeks. And we've got a ton of
Then people wonder why
today,
other
great
countries don't
news,
like us.
and
And the
ton
excuse
of
is, well, they hate
information we
freedom.
want to get
Yeah.
out because we're obviously backed
It's
up
not
from
freedom that they
having
hate.
a show for a few weeks, and plus there's just been a lot of amazing stuff's happened in the last few days. But let me give the labor history fact first. Actually, because it's been a few weeks, I'm a little off of my rhythm here, which is live shout outs need to go next. Live shout outs. Those of you listening live, we appreciate it. I got Ryan Franking listening live. I'm gonna do him right at the top. I think he's in Ohio now. Last time he sent a text to me, he was all the way in Idaho or something. He was on his way, and Robert actually got to meet him.
I did.
And made you look at his license so that you would pronounce his name correct.
Yes, he's a cool guy. He's a really cool guy.
DVA says, sorry, I hate everything so much. No, it's just hard times right now. Sorry, I say as I have a mouthful of food. It just sucks right now.
Good guy.
He's really
He was
great.
an incredible
It's not
shop
you.
steward.
It's the
and
world.
Great, him and his wife, great people, and they're avid listeners. They listen almost to every live show, and we appreciate that, right?
Thank you, Ryan
At least we know
Frankie.
we got one listener.
No, you have more than
He
that.
can call in 5 times, and then we'll get him his free.
There you go.
When I do the call out, anyway.
You better hold him to it.
Live shout-outs. Jill Santiazo, John Gutierrez, ITD Stewards, Sylvia Uloa and Jason Nugent, Tina Avalos Morgan, and Levi Chin from Tad Foster Care, Ariana Keel and the Fontanna Family Health Clinic, Jeremy Lopez, ARMC, Kirk Garrison, and Susan Loftus from Sheriff's Department, Connie Bottini from
Hey,
the library,
Connie's
Corey
watching.
Hardcastle from Public Health,
Sorry,
Betty Lamel.
He said Connie Bottini. Connie Bottini, that's my homie. I know her for real. She works at the Rialto Public Library. She's great. She's a great woman.
Public Health, Beatrice Garcia, and Perla Reyes, Ryan Ward, and there's a bunch of information in there, so I'll skip over that. Shout out to all the Colton Teamsters and the community for Colton supporting yesterday's event. Yes, absolutely incredible. Locals 986, 952, 396, 495, 166, and Local 63 coming out massive and big for a very effective event. And it was great to see the community come out and be very supportive. So, yes, absolutely deserve a shout out. And I know many of them are listening in live as well. Jenny Hernandez, Public Health, Linda Haro, Tad, Nadal Rafidi. currently. Isn't that great? Wait till you hear some of our news, some of the cool stuff that's going to be coming in addition to we'll get into it in the news in a few minutes. But yeah, we really appreciate all of you that listen in live. We got a pretty decent sized live listener base, and then obviously it gets sent out via podcast. And I don't mean to be mean at those podcasters, but guess what? We don't get to make mistakes, and we can't cuss.
That's right.
I mean, if we do,
We
Mark's got
can't
to be
cuss.
quick and turn around and hit the button.
That's right.
So, and I only slipped once, which was a couple weeks ago.
Randy Corrigan said podcasters are pussies. They can edit. Real streamers don't got no delete button.
Yeah,
That's
you
the
don't.
first
You
time.
do really good. Very impressed.
Yeah.
Very impressed.
When I talk in
Right.
crowds in certain situations, I try not to swear because
Yeah.
there's a certain percentage of the population that are turned off by it, and I
Right.
understand that and respect that.
Me too.
So I'm careful when I drop an S-bomb or
Right.
rarely drop an F-bomb. But you know.
S-bomb.
But when I'm away from the mic or right in front of a crowd,
Oh, yeah. All bets are
it's
off.
pretty bad. It's pretty bad. So the labor history fact. Let's go back to 1927 Columbine mine strike. I appreciate Robert Lindgren, the host of the Labor History Now podcast, who supplied this for us. This week's labor fact takes us back to the coal fields of Colorado and one of the most significant labor struggles in American history, the Columbine mine strike of 1927. In September 1927, thousands of coal miners, many of them immigrants from countries across Europe and Mexico, walked off the job demanding better wages, safer working conditions, and the right to organize. The strike centered around the Columbine mine near Serene, Colorado. Tensions escalated on November 21st, 1921, when striking miners and their families marched to the Columbine mine. State police blocked their path, and state police.
Sorry, DVA said just use 1920 cuss words. What are those? It's like like blimey? No, that's British. 1920s cuss words are just like calling people I don't know. Like G Willikers?
Police blocked their path and violence erupted. Officers
Like instead of saying what the hell or whatever, or you know, you just say G Willikers.
opened fire on the crowd. Imagine that, people marching and then being open fire on, killing 6 strikers and wounding dozens more. The tragedy became known as the Columbine Mine Massacre because that's exactly what it is. So thanks. I really appreciate you guys pointing that history fact out. And again, it's a reminder of how difficult this stuff has been to achieve and what others had to sacrifice for us to have what we have today. So don't take it, don't let it just get taken away. So our 5th caller will get a giveaway. And yes, Ryan, you are eligible for it too. Even though you're in Ohio, we would have to mail it to you. 909-889-8377. 909-889-8377. And we have a new design. Everybody really, really likes the new design. I know a few weeks ago when I announced the new design, I had everybody going, what, new design? I never heard about it. I had them stuck in a room in the back. And now that they're out, everybody's like, I really like that new design. What do you think of that new design?
Love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it, Randy.
Yeah, looks cool. It's
different.
A little
Yeah,
different.
it's different.
Than what we normally do,
Right.
and it does a really good job of. Normally, we don't emphasize the 1932, the numbers, and we always try to make the numbers smaller. This time, it got flipped,
That's
and
right.
the way it laid out on the shirt just really, really looked
It
good.
looks amazing. It's kind of old school too.
Yeah, it's an old school
I love
throwback
it.
with
Yeah.
a modern flair.
Yeah.
Simple. What?
Uh-oh.
You need to do a shout out.
Yeah, you missed a couple.
Oh.
So Scott put in the
Well, I
in
was
the
getting
chat.
there.
Oh, okay.
No,
That was.
go ahead. No, you guys go ahead.
No, you should do it.
No, Robert, you.
Go ahead.
No.
Okay.
You're the host now.
No.
You're the host.
Scott
It's all
says, I think Susie's his wife, right?
Yeah.
Susie's friend, which is Scott's wife, is going to be on today, meaning she's listening live. So shout out to her. And then Carlos's stewards out of Colton for doing all the work they did yesterday. So.
Oh, yep.
James is a really good steward.
Yeah,
Yes, he
James
is.
done a
He's
really good job.
amazing.
And yes, Susie Burkhofer, Scott's
Love
wife.
her. Love her.
Huge shout out.
Yes.
One of her, someone she's friends with, will be on at the 4:00 hour. So you're right. I didn't forget. Is that? So was somebody texting you over there saying Randy forgot?
No,
No, it's
I
on
just
Slack.
saw it on Slack.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, you guys all checking on me. That's good. You're all listening.
Yeah, it's
I
really
appreciate
good.
that. Literally, I appreciate that. I'm happy that everybody was doing that right now and you all jumped in. Don't just keep doing that. Even though you may not like how I came back at you and said, "Hey, no,
Yeah,
I
I'll
got
just
this."
say,
What do you mean? The water bottle across the room?
No.
We're down if we do. We're down if we don't. Mark.
That's correct.
That's fine.
You know,
It's a hypocrisy. That's amazing. So what's going on, man? I hear that there's a lot of news.
Yeah. So there's a lot of good news. I think more and more of workers every day are being agitated to either host a practice picket line or threaten to go on strike for stuff that they are bargaining for.
Actually, I think the labor contracts act should be the first thing we talk about.
Yeah, the SoFi?
Is that where you're going? No, the Faster Labor Contracts Act.
Oh, okay. I was going to talk about the SoFi,
MBA.
but yeah, let's talk about.
I go away for 2 seconds. Wow, your chair also sounds like other people. Damn. This is not the roast of Angelina Tucci. This is just the regular Angelina Tucci stream.
About that. You want to go ahead with that?
No. I want you to lead.
So yesterday,
And then I'll come in and
Such good
pound the
news.
message.
yeah, yesterday in the afternoon.
I was being a good girl and I put my dishes back, not in the sink. I put them fully in the dishwasher.
So for a while now, the Teamsters have been spearheading what is called the Faster Labor Contracts Act, otherwise known as FLCA for short. And yesterday we hit a huge milestone. Shout out to the IBT political department and President Sean O'Brien for really spearheading this. But also that work could have been done without locals and local level contacting their Congress people. I know Kathleen and I at 1932, we contacted Norma Torres, Congressman P. Aguilar, Mark Takano, and they all voted for it yesterday, and it passed overwhelmingly. In fact, with a majority, that is now the bill is moving to the Senate. And now it's going to be up to the senators to decide the fate of the bill before it goes to the president's desk. So it was a huge victory for labor because what this does is amends the current labor laws that says, hey, within 10 days of workers organizing their union, for example, Amazon, the employer must come to the table, and if not, we're going to force
Damn, that's really good.
arbitration. That's right. And so, meaning they're going to figure out a deal. So which is really cool because if this is able to get passed by the Senate, signed by President Trump, this is going to be game changer for labor because you couldn't do this even under a Democratic majority. And now you're doing this under a slight Republican majority. That shows the weight of our union, convincing the other party that, things can be done if you just reach across the aisle.
How many Republicans was it?
I believe it was 3. But that was just enough to put it over the hump.
No, I thought it was, no, it was like 20-some.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
218 signatures needed.
Yeah, it was a
what are they
bigger
talking
pool
about?
of Republicans. So, Kathleen, what do you think of this first and foremost?
You know what? Like Robert had said so eloquently this morning.
Oh my God. Okay. First off, be sure that you are subscribed because tomorrow, 12 a.m., well, no, tomorrow morning, check into the channel. My interview, my full edited, beautiful interview. It's no one's ever done a more beautiful interview. No one's capable of doing a more better interview than me and Kathleen. Because goddamn, be sure you are subscribed because tomorrow, it's an hour-long video of me talking with Kathleen. It's gonna be great. So yeah, be sure you're subscribed. Okay, let's see what Kathleen
on
has
his
to say now.
post. This is what it looks like reaching across the aisle. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it's necessary. We have to work together, and I understand there's a lot of heartache and hardship, from years past, and, but we've got to start working together if we're going to start getting, some significant laws like this passed to help workers.
Well, I think your point it hits home because you have to figure out what to work together on, because if you spend all of your time only in the space of what you argue about, you can never get something like this done. And I think, I just want to take a couple minutes to point out the fact that this is an undeniable accomplishment that many of O'Brien's naysayers and the people that are busting his chops out there, you need to get off your rear end and help get this through the Senate now. Like, I've seen and I don't agree with everything that Sean does, and Sean knows that. We have our own individual conversations, but he's his own individual.
I would love to be on a fly on a wall in the room where Randy Corrigan and Sean O'Brien are having a conversation. is probably too much bald energy. It's like whose bald head is more shiny? Is bald on bald violence?
my organizations have different parts and pieces to it. You know, you should always be respectful of your leadership. And quite frankly, the way some of the people approach this and the things that they say, because he's trying to work with the Republicans, you're making a mistake, because this is the opportunity that you have to recognize right now. No one would have ever thought this was possible, and you cannot sit back and pick at it. Shame on you for those of you that are breaking his chops. Shame on you for picking at it, and you better not be sitting back hoping it's going to fail.
No, they
You
better not.
need to step in, and you need to help. Being an organizer and being part of the labor movement for over 35 years now, and recognizing the fact that the NLRB and the systems have broken down to a degree like they have. To be able to get that many Republicans on our side in Congress to get something over the hump that normally they couldn't even get over the hump on a Wars Act, right?
Right.
An Iran Wars Act, right? Even though, you know, we know where everybody should be on that. The point is that relationship that's been built to get that handful of Republicans into the right space now gets it out of the House and gets it to the Senate. And that same situation is going to present itself, where Sean has worked with the Republican Party to find those individuals that are willing to pass this and make sure it gets to the president's desk, so that hopefully the president does sign it. And I've obviously been highly critical of the president, and you know, I will give him credit if he signs this. Absolutely.
100%.
You have to recognize, just because you do not, you got to give credit where credit's due. And I'm tired, especially in a situation that's this important for the American worker and the challenges that we face in labor, to see our president. Sean, thank you.
Yes.
You have done a tremendous job. This isn't, I'm not blowing sunshine up anybody's rear end. That's not,
No, you're
that's
not.
not my style,
That's
number
not.
one. Number two, I think it's important to point out that the hard work that's been done by his team and everybody, including ours here, obviously reaching out specifically and getting.
I know.
certain
I tried. I was trying to bring Grayson on stream because he's being annoying right now. And he's meowing to go in and out of the room. Do your cats do this? Do your cats meow to go out of the room, to be let out, and then immediately the next second they meow to come back in? They don't know what they want.
Congressional leaders to sign on here in our backyard. And that happened all over the country because of his leadership. And those of you that keep, you know, busting his chops and you think this is going to fail, and you think it's funny to put cartoons and, you know, what you're doing is you're doing
Well, my cat
corporate
doesn't
America's
like. Yeah,
bidding.
no,
You're-
no cats like closed doors. It got so bad that my cats, Beeb specifically, my cats would insist that all the cabinet doors, you know, like the kitchen cabinet doors, had to be open. They that, they would open up all the cabinet doors, not even go inside, just be like, oh, the cabinet door is not open. Why is it not open, Mom? I opened it 2 seconds ago. Why'd you close it? Because there doesn't need to be open doors all the time. I hate cats. No, I mean, I love my cats. I love all cats. But just, gosh darn, it's a constant, you know, either the meow or the scratch on the door. Kills me.
You're
That's
doing,
right.
you know, the whole union buster angle. We can have our differences. Have your differences off to the side within the organization. Make your place known, but don't. Some of the stuff I see on social media is no different than what a union buster does when we're organizing, attacking the general president while
Bro,
he's
and it's
trying
only
to
going to
get
get
legislation
worse.
that
I bet
we
it's
haven't
only going to get
seen
worse.
in
Union
multiple
busting
decades.
posts
So,
are going to be
Sean
generated by AI.
knocked it out of the park.
It's going to be bad.
First step. I texted him yesterday. Congratulations, great job. You know, he obviously, you know, appreciated that, and he's like, and he realized that next step is the Senate. And our message is, what do you need for us to take that next step? And all of you naysayers, get on board and make it happen, because your general president is nailing it right now. And this is more important than your internal politics or external or your dislike for certain things that he may have done.
said.
Once again, thank you very much, General President O'Brien.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually,
Shout out
you are
Sean
right,
O'Brien.
Randy. Corrected and said it's 20 Republicans who
Yeah.
did
Yeah,
vote on
it
it.
was
That's
quite
huge.
a
See,
few.
you were
It's
trying to
huge.
take a
It's
shot
huge.
at those Republicans. You
No,
don't like
because 3 of them co-authored in the beginning.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
co-author
yes,
obviously
that's
is like
right.
is different from actually voting on
Yeah,
it, right?
yeah.
But yeah, so-
21 Republicans signed on to something
That's
that they've
amazing.
never signed on to before.
Yeah.
Because Sean is out there
Yes.
taking that heat right now.
He sure is.
No different than the heat we take here
That's right.
when we're supporting certain candidates around here. And I get some people who
General
freak
President with rice. General Irish President with rice. Okay. Here's the bill that they were talking about from Politico. Let's read it real quick because I want to know what this is. The Faster Labor Contracts Act is the latest in a series of employment bills that pro-labor House Republicans have bucked their party on. 20 House Republicans broke with Speaker Mike Johnson to help pass a Democratic-led bill Tuesday aimed at making it easier for workers to form unions. unions, hell yeah. Widening the divide between a bloc of pro-labor Republicans and GOP leaders. Democrats successfully used a discharge position to sidestep Johnson and force the vote with the help of a handful of House Republicans, including Representative Don Bacon. What a name. Representative Don Bacon of Nebraska. Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. Nick LaLota of New York. It's passing, Fitzpatrick said before the vote. Bichon in a box, bro, I want some bacon. Okay. The Faster Labor Contract Act aims to reduce the amount of time between workers voting to form a union and negotiating their first collectively bargained contract, in part by requiring the parties to more quickly enter federal mediation. It's the latest in a series of employment bills that pro-union House Republicans have bucked their party on in recent months. House Education and Workforce Chair Tom Wallenberg spoke out sharply against the bill floor on Tuesday, saying it would threaten jobs, kill growth, and in some cases shut businesses down entirely. But a hefty subset of Republicans backed the bill nonetheless, joining all voting Democrats. Bro, this is what we need. I mean, I don't know what these Republicans vote on elsewise, or how they vote, or what their politics are outside of this bill, but that's great that 20 Republicans joined Democrats to protect union rights. That's crazy. All Democrats, yet both sides are the same. Yeah. Oh no, was Josh Hawley on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the nominees for being here. Congratulations on your nominations. Mr. Macy, Mr. Prouty, if I could just start with you. As you're probably aware, there are major corporations, mega corporations in the United States who are currently trying to block the efforts of their American employees, of whom they have too few, I might add, from engaging in collective bargaining. And there's no worse example of this than
You got to do it, deviate. You got to do it in the capital, then lowercase, then maybe lowercase or capital. You know, the SpongeBob, this meme, you got to type in that type of writing if you're going to mock people. Here, I'll read it in a mocking voice. All Democrats, yet both sides are the same. Yeah, there we go.
than Amazon. Let me
here's
show you a
Josh
picture
Hawley.
here. These are Amazon workers on Staten Island who were voting to unionize back in 2022. This was a huge landmark win for labor and for the employees. It took them years to get to this vote. Amazon, of course, fiercely resisted it, did everything they could.
But shown in a box. OMG, LOL. Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to double check. Josh Hawley was the one that was running away when the Capitol was when January 6th was happening, right? Hawley Jan 6. Yup, it was him, huh?
Senator Josh Hawley also had to flee. Earlier that afternoon, before the joint session started, he walked across the east front of the Capitol.
We do have video. That's a meme within itself. There he is running away. And then here he is. Everyone else is running. There he is. And he's wearing a face mask. What a sheep. Okay. All right. Well, needless to say, I'm glad. Hopefully he's about to say some good things
to try
about
and stop
labor.
it, pulled out all of the stops, and yet the employees, as is their right, of course, under the law, voted to unionize. Now, after they did so, Amazon proceeded to engage in a delay of 4 years before they entered into negotiations for a first contract with management. 4 years. Now, as you know, federal law requires bargaining, good faith bargaining, to get to that first contract, but Amazon delayed and delayed and delayed. Then a few months ago, the Teamsters president, Sean O'Brien, sat right where you two are sitting and explained that this is common practice across the industry in these multinational mega corporations, Amazon being one of the worst offenders. They deliberately delay and hold up the process of getting to a first contract. I was stunned to learn that the average time to a first contract is 465 days. Now, I emphasize this is after the employees have exercised their federal right to collectively bargain. 465 days. In half of cases, just about, it is over 2 years before there is any kind of an agreement at all. So let me just ask you, first of all, are you familiar with this issue? Are you concerned about it? Mr. Prouty, go ahead.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, I'm obviously aware of it, and I'm concerned about it. As I've said publicly, the remedies available under the Act are somewhat limited. I'd invite the Congress to strengthen the Act, but we process cases as expeditiously as we can. We have a huge backlog, as you know.
Absolutely. Mr. Macy, I want to come back to your point about what Congress should do, but Mr. Macy, go ahead. Are you familiar with this problem? Are you concerned about it?
I am aware of it, and I am concerned about it.
Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Well, I agree with you, Mr. Prouty, that there's steps for Congress to take here, which is why I'm pleased that yesterday the House of Representatives passed legislation that I wrote and introduced on this side of the Capitol, along with my friend Senator Booker. Senator Marshall's a co-sponsor, a number of my colleagues on the other side of the dais. I called the Faster Labor Contracts Act, and it just tries to actualize the requirements that are already in federal law, namely that employers, once their employees have voted, as is their right, to unionize and collectively bargain, we put a shot clock on that bargaining process so we can get to a first contract. As I said, that legislation passed the House.
Bro, this makes me so mad. This is a Republican holding the government accountable? Where are the Democrats? Where are the Democrats? Damn. Had I not known anything about him and I just saw this one interview, I would have been a Hawley stan. Jesus. See, I want to take this time to point out that you should probably listen to people that are willing to, accept that they were wrong at one point, right? Right? I pulled up that video of Josh Hawley running away, and I was like, okay, whatever. This is all I know him as, right? But if I really, really, really wanted to be against him, I wouldn't give him credit at all here. And instead, I feel like this is good. This is good. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Why is a Democrat not leading this push? Why is the Democratic Party letting a Republican take this W?
It would be enforced if it were to pass the Senate, be signed by the president, enforced by the NLRB. Do you think that providing more of a framework, creating a framework for a first contract, putting a timeline, putting a shot clock on those negotiations. This bill also provides for arbitration, that parties can choose their arbiters and so forth, but if they can't reach a contract within a certain amount of time, then we get arbitrators to help them. Does that sound like the kind of thing that would help, again, give voice, make actual and real this right that employees already have under federal law? Go ahead, Mr. Prouty.
Senator, I've got to put on my hat of board member. It's not really appropriate for me to comment on legislation either way on what would improve the act. My job is to enforce the act as it stands.
But you would enforce it if it were passed?
I would.
Good. Mr. Macy.
Thank you, Senator. The same, I'm in a position that it would not be appropriate for me to comment on pending legislation, but to answer the next question, I anticipate is if it were passed, we would abide by the law.
Good, good. Well, I hope that you'll soon have the opportunity to enforce it. I'll do my best on my side of things here, but I think it's vitally important that we make real the guarantees that are already in federal law. Let me just ask you one other question here in my time remaining that's also related to Amazon. Let me show you another Amazon-related picture. This, I think, will be familiar to everybody in the room. We've got an Amazon truck. We've got an employee here who is wearing an Amazon-branded T-shirt and other logos, hat, carrying an Amazon package. Now, you might think that this person wearing all this Amazon gear, carrying the Amazon package, is an Amazon employee. But oh, lo and behold, she's not, according to the company. So the company runs a third-party organization, a delivery service provider that they also control and subcontract with for the purpose of avoiding having to pay this good person full wages, healthcare benefits, giving her the benefits of
and that's
other,
so true. Like especially here in Southern California, I've seen a decline in Amazon trucks and an increase in just random people driving their cars. Just random people driving their cars, delivering like Amazon packages. It's like worse than Uber, you know? It's like we have a bunch of individual mail ponies, except they don't, they're wandering around our neighborhoods lost. Sometimes even I have to wonder how much they actually know their neighborhoods. Yeah, it's crazy. I feel so bad for those subcontracted Amazon delivery drivers. Like, we thought it was bad to be a delivery driver for Amazon. I don't even want to know how bad it is being a subcontracted delivery. Like, they're probably not paying you for gas. They're probably not paying you for wear and tear on your car. It's bad.
Rights that have been won in collective bargaining. My
But
question
again, why is freaking Republican, probably MAGA, right? Like, I don't know. Senator Josh Hawley, like, straight up making these points. This is crazy.
I'll let you take a first stab at it, and I'll follow up with some questions for the record. Don't you think it's time that we put an end to this kind of blatant attempt to avoid federal labor law? Amazon has for years operated this program with the sole intent of avoiding having to pay these people who they say are not really their employees, though they micromanage their schedule to the second every day. Don't you think it's time that we put a stop to their attempts, Amazon's and others, to evade federal law and the requirements of collective bargaining by treating these people as if they're not really their own employees? Mr. Prouty.
Senator, as you may know, that very issue is on my desk right now, and so I can't really comment on it.
And just tell us why it's on your desk, because the NLRB has taken action on this.
There is a proposed settlement of an outstanding case, which is before us for review.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I know my time's expired, so we'll leave it at that. I'll have some follow-up questions for you. Can I just finish by saying I think that this is outrageous, what is over my shoulder here. The idea that this employee, who is every moment of her life practically is directed by Amazon, yet they don't have to pay her, they don't have to honor the commitments under collective bargaining that might apply to her, I think is ridiculous.
Dude,
and if the NLRB doesn't have the authority to do something about it now, we should give you that authority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jesus. Damn. Shout out to Josh Hawley. Those were some words right there.
Thank you, Ranking Member Scott and Representative Norcross, for bringing this to our attention. The men and women who pour our steel and power grid our power and built our middle class with a union card in their pocket What this bill does, this makes sure the next generation of workers can earn one without waiting to be heard for years and months and decades. I rise today to express my strong support for H.R. 5408 for a Faster Labor Contract Act. My good friend, the chairman of the Education Committee, mentioned this administration and their likeness for the working public and working men and women. It was in March and on Labor Day that they stripped collective bargaining in the greatest historical moment in stripping collective bargaining from the workforce of federal employees to the tune of 445,000 federal workers. So when we talk about, and you talk about union workers and working men and women, this administration made history by stripping collective bargaining from almost 500,000 people. Throughout my career as a public servant, I have been proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with all union members of organized labor because working families are worth fighting for.
Hell yeah.
They are the foundation of the strength of our communities, our workforce, and our economy. It is because of decades of their efforts and their advocacy that they have built not just our infrastructure, our roads and bridges and waterways, but they have built our middle class through promoting safe working conditions, affordable health care options, and a sound retirement.
American democracy.
When workers vote in the affirmative to form a union, the government should ensure that businesses immediately acknowledge and respect their voice. I applaud the leadership of Rep. Norcross in a bipartisan process. Again, in a bipartisan process. There are Republicans who crossed over to vote for this.
One additional minute.
There were Republicans who crossed over to allow this bill to come to the forward. And again, in a bipartisan process to bring this matter to a vote because working men and women matter. And in Northwest Indiana, they're worth fighting for. So with that, I encourage all my colleagues to support this important measure. And again, this administration made history by cutting collective bargaining to over 500,000 of federal employees and did that on Labor Day.
That's terrible. Okay, that was great. Congressman Frank Mr. Van. I think that's how you say his last name. Yeah, so that's great. I want to see the actual.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I joined the majority of my Republican colleagues in voicing strong opposition to H.R. 5408, the Faster Labor Contracts Act. This bill puts the selfish needs of the union bosses above the welfare of American workers.
Ooh, oh my God, selfish need of the union bosses, bro. How can there be union bosses if there is no union? Boo. Sorry, I'm booing her.
It would force employers to begin bargaining with new unions within 10 days of certification.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
It would force federal mediation to intervene if no contract is signed, and it would force the arbitrated contracts to last 2 years and cannot be appealed. Let me be clear. Employers and unions already meet at the negotiating table. There is no need to use government over.
If there was 4 years, Josh Hawley said it took 4 years for Amazon to come to the table at the Staten Island Amazon labor union with this, Amazon labor union. Bro, why is she lying?
Overreach to force labor negotiations. The Faster Labor Contracts Act is bad for employers, bad for employees.
Oh no, her name is she's a representative from Illinois. Her name is Mary Miller. Let's see where she represents in Illinois. I have a strong feeling it's probably Southern Illinois. Oh wow, she does not look that young in this video. She looks like she's 60 here, and then this picture she looks like she's 35. Let's see. The 15th district. Oh, it's one of those weird, disgustingly drawn ones. that goes, look at that. Look at that. What is this whole little section that they missed out? Look at that's crazy. Yeah, okay, so central Illinois, but like what is this? It goes how can you go from one side from the east coast of the state to the west coast of the state, but then miss this entire middle chunk? That's crazy. This is a fake district. Oh my god, yeah, it's not even anywhere near Chicago. Okay. Now we know. Mary Miller. She's not good people. uh
and bad for the economy. And I urge my colleagues to reject this bill and vote no.
Oh, look at that little smile she had at the end. Thank you, Miss Miller. Okay. That's crazy. I can't believe so many people voted against this. And I can't believe she would actually go and say that. Let's see.
After forming a union to get a contract, and employers should not be able to move the goalposts after the decision has been made to form a union.
Yeah.
My friend Representative Norcross brought forward the Faster Labor Contracts Act to address this issue, and I'm proud to speak in favor of this bill.
Hell
being
yeah.
pro-worker does not mean being anti-business, and being pro-business shouldn't mean being anti-worker, because when workers do well and have a clear path to the middle class,
Hell yeah.
have access to fair family wage jobs, safe working conditions, our economy thrives and our businesses do better. I'm a member of Congress as a third-generation union member because
Hell
my
yeah.
father and grandfather fought for and won better wages, hours, and working conditions with their unions. I'm able to be here today.
Hell yeah.
This bill corrects a loophole and gives a timeline to negotiate a contract. This is a pro-worker bill.
Okay.
Should not be
That
a
was
partisan
awesome.
issue, and
What
it's
is
not.
her
We
name?
Republicans have
Representative
stood
Van
up for
Hoyle.
workers as
Whoops.
well. And either you
I don't know how to use X. Representative Van Hoyle, where's she from? Oh, she's from Oregon. Stardust City Hag said, "Why do so many white collar workers hate unions?" That's my question too. And I think it goes back to the middle management. It goes back to the petit bourgeois. These people that think they are part of the owning class. Yeah, I see the most hate from them. Yeah, these white collar workers who think that their labor is so unique to their person, right? They really think, yeah, I'm the only one that can run this Whole Foods. I'm the only one that I can manage this Whole Foods. Here. I'll use my former boss. My former boss at Target, right? He was a manager of Target. He drove a Model S Tesla. And he made it such a thing to say that he was so proud that he started working at Target as a cart go-getter, right? The people that collect the shopping carts and put them back in the store. That was his first job, or, that was his introduction to Target. He worked his way up and he became manager of like at least one Target. And he was very anti-union. And it's like, okay, well, at that level, I can understand because he is the manager of Target. But it's absolutely crazy, like how, these people that come up from the bottom, started from the bottom, now we're here, right? Like, when they get there, they all of a sudden have memory loss and forget what it's like to have your boss, abuse you, to have your boss to be unreasonable, to have your boss demand things that are outside of your job classification, right? That is outside of your skill set, right? Deviate said we are so conditioned to be against our own interest. Yeah, it's crazy how it is. Like, it's like literally I've had many of friends who were regular employees, and then maybe they become managers, like shift managers or like team leads, whatever. It's just like a slight supervisory position. A slight supervisory position, and all of a sudden they have this whole different mindset. They're like, oh, I'm not like the rest of the employees. I'm held to this higher standard. Whatever, blah, blah, blah. Deviate said, I want to move, LOL. Yeah, same. Bishon in a box. This is giving me flashbacks to my old job. Exactly. Exactly. And what those managers don't understand is that they can easily return back to the position that we are in, because they don't even have it. If they don't want us to have a union, they sure as hell don't want a union. They don't think they need it because they think that management is always going to have their backs. But it's like, brother, oh, you're white collar. You're a graphic designer, let's say, right? You're a madman. You work on Madison Avenue and you're an advertiser. That's so white collar. Bro, meanwhile, I'm watching this TV show idolizing a madman, and his boss follows him home from work like 5 out of 5 of the business days, makes him work weekends, and it's like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. You're white collar, but for what? For what? To just get abused with more pay. And it's like, you don't even know how much more you're worth. You could be designing the most beautiful things, but you boxed yourself into this thing to, where your boss has all the power. And it's like, man, people, they really do, like, we sabotage ourselves. Deviate said, yeah, if you mention something that is pro-worker, people look at you weird, even if it is slightly pro-worker. Exactly. I wish we could support workers' rights, like in the same way that we support veterans. It's like, oh, thank you for your service. And you don't even know if this military person actually went overseas. They could have just, failed out of boot camp, and we're like, thank you for your service. And meanwhile, we have like, Pizza Hut employees here in the trenches. You got the Chipotle employees in the trenches, getting video being recorded by random customers because they were told online that if you record your Chipotle employee, then they're going to give you more food. Like, what is this? But like, yeah, okay, white collar jobs, so skilled, so irreplaceable. And that's why I kind of low key, and I feel absolutely horrible for saying this, but I kind of low key like how AI is making all these white collar people scared shitless, right? Or maybe not scared shitless, but they're scared. And it's like, I told you, you're replaceable. You're all replaceable. If it's not, some guy, if they couldn't import your job across overseas, like how we did with call centers, right? Like, you would think speaking English is such a in-demand skill that we have to send it overseas to those people. Why can't we hire people who speak English here, right, to help you service your stuff? Whatever. I digress. But yes, white collar workers. Listen, this is a line that I would write in one of my essays, reoccurring essays for one of my classes. White collar, blue collar, doesn't matter. It's still a collar, okay? And you're still like, the owners don't have to wear a collar. How come there's no like white collar or blue collar for owners? It's just for laborers. And, and that's what it goes to. White collar, blue collar, doesn't matter. It's still a freaking collar. We're still living paycheck to paycheck. Like, honestly, real talk for white collar people who make over $100,000 a year, right? Shoot, maybe even people that make $70,000 a year and up. If you think you're white collar and you think you can't get any more money, I promise you, you sure can. You sure can. You just don't know how valuable you are yet. That goes out to all the like coders, all the software developers, all those people, whose jobs are being threatened by being replaced by AI or being threatened by, offshoring or whatever. Because now we could just have remote work anywhere and everywhere, and we can hire anyone and anyone to do the job, and then just pay them based on their region, because apparently that's a thing, which sounds absolutely awful. All right, back to worker power hour.
Out on me, and I'm like, look, man, I got these individuals that are agreeing with us to create the proper policy for our members.
That's right.
That's what you have to do. And again, there's a lot of things that this administration has done I don't agree with. That to the side, this decision looks like it could very well lay on the president's desk for signature. And guess what? That is going to be a demonstration whether or not he's going to support workers like that in the private sector for the National Labor Relations Board.
It's going to be really exciting because they actually have the co-signers they need in the Senate to get it passed. So it's going to be interesting. Like if the Senate does really do this, wow.
I know.
They're
like
going to.
This union.
I personally think it's going to because
Yeah.
Sean's got the personal relationship with a handful of them that people don't like, that our circles typically don't like because of some of the other things that they do. However, if we can get them on our side on this subject, then we need to nail it and get it to the President of the United States to sign it. And that would be a shocker. Imagine if in 1 year you've got President Trump signing executive orders that kill collective bargaining for public sector like he's done, which we've obviously been critical of.
Right.
And then in this year, signing something that revamps the National Labor Relations Act and creates policy to make organizing and there to be a faster path to getting a first contract.
Right.
And that has been it's been a one-man band as far as in the labor movement. Everybody else hasn't been out there helping him.
Right.
He's been smashing on this and personally carrying this to push
2027
through and
Dodge
trying to get those
Hunk?
Republicans on his side. And I'll be honest with you, I think he's got that path, and he's going to try to bring that home.
100%.
And whatever we can do to help him, we're going to be there. And this isn't being on the bandwagon. This is just being real at watching how difficult it is to deal with this subject and watching a solution-based situation work its way through policymakers and Congress.
Yeah, I think it's also important to know, and we can go on about this every day, but I'll just say this one last thing. Is there was an article, I think it was from the Washington Post or something, which is owned by Jeff Bezos, by the way, said that is the Republican Party now becoming the party of labor? And I hate when journalists do that because it's like both parties could be the party for labor.
Should be the party of labor.
Oh my God, he's so smart. Both parties could be the party of labor, but they're playing. Deviate said instead of Hellcat. Yeah, the Dodge 2027 Dodge Hunk.
Labor.
Like there's not a one party that should be doing this, and I'm a proud Democrat, but I give the Republicans credit where it's due.
Right.
Our party couldn't do that under Pelosi.
Right.
And how long has Pelosi been there? And I have respect for her a lot, but
Pelosi.
no one, we couldn't do that. The Faster Labor Contracts Act is a new version of what used to be the PRO Act. The PRO Act is dead.
It's a piece
It's
of
dead.
the PRO Act. Correct.
Right, yeah. It's totally dead. Why? Because we can't get Republicans on the PRO Act, but here's something of a piece of the PRO Act that we can get with the FLCA. And it's really cool.
It is amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Now, it doesn't mean...
No, I would probably not buy a Hellcat, but I like Vroom Vroom.
If Trump signs it, he's going to be the most pro-worker president because we've seen that. But hey,
Well,
this
he
is a good
wants to
step
be,
forward.
You know, in his world, he wants to be, and if it takes this for him to feel good about that world, hey, man, I'll give you some props.
Whatever
for
it
signing
takes. Right.
That. And again, we can close this up, but I think it's important for those that have been busting the chops of our general president. You know, you need to stop. And number one, number two, you need to give proper credit on this. This is huge, and you know, I've been one that's done a lot of work in this organization. And I've watched a lot of people politically not want to lift up successful things purposefully because they don't like somebody. You know, we should not be doing that in the House of Labor. This is absolutely where you lift this up and you get to work to make sure you can bring it to the finish line. Get to work, make it happen. Don't pick it apart. Don't secretly hope that it fails. Figure out a way to solve that problem.
It's like you said, you can't be busy tearing something apart and building it at the same time. It doesn't work that way. So
You can never build anything if you're tearing something down.
Let's get busy building, guys.
Yeah.
That's right. So what else is next?
So there's this, let's talk about the SoFi Stadium Workers Union, which is Unite Here Local 11, announced a major labor deal that averts their strike right before the FIFA World Cup. So I know we have a video played up. Randy, did you want to?
Yeah. Mark, you tell us when you're ready to play the... It's not the video. You're going to hear the audio part of it, right?
We're ready.
Yeah, I really think it's important to listen to this little clip. It's about a minute and a half from of all channels, Fox News. Anyway, go ahead, Mark. I'll talk until it cuts me off.
Thousands of stadium workers in Inglewood will vote today on a tentative labor deal that could avert a strike.
We have Gigi Graciette live at Los Angeles Stadium with more on what is in that new agreement. Gigi.
That's right. Over 96% of union membership voted to go on strike less than a week ago, and that strike now appears will be averted with this new agreement, meaning a major sigh of relief for thousands of workers at SoFi Stadium, which officially will be known as Los Angeles Stadium during the World Cup. Union leaders with Unite Here Local 11 say they won on every major issue in a new tentative agreement with stadium food service operator Legends Global. Now, the deal was announced yesterday, again, just days after the union membership had voted to walk out. The agreement is expected to be overwhelmingly ratified today, clearing the way for about 2,000 stadium workers to be on the job when the World Cup kicks off in Los Angeles on Friday. Now, it covers a wide range of union roles, including janitors, chefs, service staff, and more. Union leaders say it is one of the strongest economic packages ever reached at an NFL stadium.
Economically, it is the strongest agreement at any NFL stadium. We won massive raises. Most workers will earn more than $40 an hour, and many will earn substantially more. Tip workers will see their pay increase by at least 30%.
Damn, 30%. SoFi Stadium, are they still on strike? I don't know. Tentative labor deal from the LAist. Oh, okay. No. Damn. I hate when articles are paywalled. Here we go, AP News. But this is from 2 days ago. Yeah, Southern California stadium workers who threatened to strike for the U.S. men's soccer team opening World Cup match said Tuesday they expect to stay on the job after reaching a tentative contract deal with higher wages and more labor protections. The union representing 200,000 bartenders, servers, cooks, dishwashers, blah, blah, blah. It came after workers' last vote authorized to strike. Okay. So did they... workers said they won wage increases and protections from subcontracting. The tentative contract will give stadium cooks among the highest wage of the jobs in the country. Okay, that's good. So then, yeah. Economically is the strongest agreement at any NFL stadium, Peterson told reporters outside the stadium near Los Angeles, while workers cheered. In short, we won every major issue that we brought to the table. The contracts would last through April 2028, just ahead of the Olympic Games in Los Angeles. Yeah. Okay, cool. Los Angeles area was a target of ramped up enforcement last summer, and community and union groups have raised concerns about the potential for federal raids during the World Cup. Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna last week said the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has assured him federal authorities would be at matches to assist with security, not civil immigration enforcement. Under the deal, Peterson said workers retain the right to strike in case of an immigration raid at work. Wow, could you imagine? Yeah. Yeah, I know. We need that whenever there's a paywall. Jeez. Yeah, that's great. Okay, good. Unite Here Local 11.
We won premium pay for the World Cup and the Super Bowl.
Also, the union says
I'm going to let this keep playing, but I'm going to go use the restroom real quick.
they obtained a significant ongoing contribution to build housing for hospitality workers, and the agreement also includes language that will allow workers to walk off the job if the union determines they're being intimidated by the presence of federal agents, including ICE agents. Now, there's been no official comment from ICE on this specific agreement, but they've already said that federal agents are going to be at stadiums across the country, but they're going to be operating in other roles, like spotting counterfeit counterfeit merchandise and also trying to stop human trafficking. Reporting live this morning, I'm Gigi Graciette. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, we're going to have LAPD Chief Jim McDonald is going to be here on Good Day LA a little bit later here to talk more about security at the World Cup. All right, Gigi, we'll check in with you. Thank you so much.
Good stuff.
Good for that. That's called leverage.
Heck yeah, it is.
That's called leverage.
Timing.
I mean, they're going to go make like ICE is going to be there. You got to
give me a break.
Give me a break. Like you're going to be there for the merchandise.
Merchandising,
Like,
yeah. Come on
like,
now.
I have been to a lot of games. I've been to a lot of stuff,
Right.
and I have never seen anybody policing the merchandise
No,
being
counterfeit's
sold like
part of the
that.
process, right.
Like it's almost like a whole industry to itself. Anyway,
Yes,
whatever,
yes.
whatever. But let's not take away from this tremendous victory from workers in the moment when it comes to leveraging the moment with the World Cup coming and them hitting a home run at that particular moment.
That's right. It's so wonderful. Happy for them.
And to add the added language, Robert, what do you think about this added language that if the union determines that there's intimidation going on by federal agents, that they got ability to walk off the job? I love that.
I do
Yeah.
too.
Mhm.
I love that trigger. That's a nice trigger because it doesn't allow it to be sort of it's got a guardrail somewhat to it. So the organization is going to have some sort of vetting process to make sure that it's done right, and then the organization is going to call the union itself is going to pull the trigger. And it's brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, and it's real because ICE is also affecting workplaces, right, where union members have a huge density in whether it's healthcare, food service. Unite here is specifically food service, and I think hotel workers too. And our members work at ARMC. They've had some instances with ICE, so it's very interesting how this all plays out. But it's really good that now we're bargaining that into contracts
That's
in
my
the private
point,
sector.
right there. You can bargain it into a collective bargaining agreement, and you absolutely should. And I want to preempt an argument somebody might make on this. Oh, because they're making so much money, it's going to make the food costs go up. Have you been to a stadium lately?
Already up. Yeah.
Where's all that money going?
Yeah.
Because when you're paying, $12 for this and $20 for that and $17 for a beer and all this, there's somebody that's swiping a ton of cash.
That's right.
And they can more than afford. Think about it. If you look at the counter and you see 5 or 6 people working there. Let's assume they're making $40 an hour,
Right.
and you see $15 to $20 beers and drinks and food flying off in less than a minute.
Right.
They turn it over, boom, 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 boom. The amount of money that's being handled and transferred there, this is good that the workers are going to get their hands on some of it, because clearly it doesn't matter how much you charge for
people are gonna
that.
pay it.
They're still going to pay it.
Well, also think about how they get this food. Is not all of it's made domestically. It's
Right.
all imported from different countries, right? And manufactured in places like China or in France or Italy.
Yeah.
So what did Trump do? Tariffs.
Yeah, yeah.
And it slaps a price mark on consumers.
It's true.
Not the business holders. Yeah, sure, they get a small percentage that they have to pay out of pocket
Right.
to upfront the cost, but they're going to pass that down to the consumers. I mean,
As always. Yep.
my coffee now is $7 in the morning sometimes, and I'm upset about that.
No.
Not
You start
mine.
making your
Mine's
coffee.
56 cents.
56.
You make it at home?
Yep.
Same?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Same.
Yeah.
Come on, Robert.
I mean, it's
get
a
on
little
board.
more because I'm pouring some creamer
Yeah.
in it.
Now you're doing the labor.
And then I got a cost factor, my ice, the water that I'm paying for that turns into ice that I dump in. So maybe it's more than 56 cents or whatever.
Definitely less than what I paid this morning for.
Yes.
I refuse to spend that much money on a cup of coffee in the morning.
Yeah.
Yep.
That makes
refuse.
sense.
Unless it's at Slow Bloom. Unless it's a Teamster place.
Yeah,
Because
that's
that's going
right.
to good wages.
Yes,
and
and their
it's really
coffee's
good.
fantastic.
It is actually. It is really good.
So what else is going on, Robert? Now that we beat the heck out of that drum.
There is another.
Mark's over there yawning. He's
I know.
not
He's
bored.
he's not entertained by us.
Wake up, Mark.
got some stories for
Well,
you.
it's really
Sorry.
good information and news that's going on. The talking about contracts and stuff. U.S. employers, according to a new bombshell report by the Economic Policy Institute, EPI for short, U.S. employers, take this, numbers crazy, have reported that they spent $1.5 billion to fight labor unions just in 1 year alone. It's wild. It's
is
totally wild. And so these efforts are being led by these employers to obviously spend money against Amazon workers, spend money against unionism in the Deep South.
Yep.
This money is being spent.
Amazon spent $26 million
Alone.
just to avoid us.
Yeah. And look at what the Amazon spokesperson
Hey, my
said.
plans were $26 million.
Yeah. The
If you
Amazon.
disappeared, we'll know why. He took the money. He's got his own island.
It was, where's Hoffa? Where's Randy?
Oh
No,
my
that's not
gosh,
funny.
that's not funny. No.
So there was an Amazon spokesperson. Hear this. She said, it's important that our teammates and partners understand the truth. So we've continued to work with experts in this field who are able to share objective facts and what it actually means to have an external party take their voice. First of all, a union, that's third party in the union.
Yep.
Any union person knows that when you say a union is a third party, it's completely wrong.
Yeah.
Sure, you pay dues, but that is to protect, one, your job,
Yes.
two, bargain a contract for you that is legally binded, right? And three, like we are not a third party. We are the voices of these workers. These workers elect their principal officers, their entire executive boards, and no, they are not a third party. A third party is someone like Amazon who is getting these DSPs and just running them over. Like these workers, Randy, you see them every single day probably.
Yeah, you know, so
Horrible.
let's use this theory on the fact that they don't like third parties. Well, they use third party contractors to run their delivery operations.
yes, they
so
do.
which is it? You like them or you don't like them?
That's right.
Like,
and how's that working out for workers?
Yeah,
correct.
no kidding.
Obviously, and if you just break it down, does Amazon pay enough for people to buy a home?
Absolutely not.
Great.
Yep. Absolutely not.
Not one worker could afford a home like that.
So let's spend $26 million avoiding,
Yeah.
the
And
unions.
1.5 billion. I mean, imagine what you can do with 1.5 billion across the country for all workers.
Yeah.
Just that little teeny pot.
Insane.
Not
Absolutely.
including the rocket someone gets on to fly himself to Mars.
Well, there was another thing that Elon Musk could end world hunger and at the same time still be the richest man.
Yeah, that's it.
Isn't that,
I
isn't
saw
that
I
wild?
saw that study.
It's insane.
disturbing.
They have more money than.
Yeah, why
than-
doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
You want to be recognized as the greatest man alive,
That's
because
right.
the wealthiest
Do
in the history of the universe,
Yep.
then do it.
Yep.
Step
Yep.
up and do the right thing instead
right.
of stepping all over everybody like
Yeah.
they have.
Mhm.
It's insane.
Absolutely.
Greed is greed. Hey, what about this thing that's going on in
Florida.
Florida?
Yeah. So DeSantis again is at war with unions in Florida. It's not new, including
Yeah,
Teamsters.
he doesn't like us, man.
He doesn't like any
anybody.
unions. And
Does he like anybody?
I think we need to reach out to his high school classmates, whoever teased him, bullied
Oh,
him.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Would you
bullied him.
please call the man and apologize already? Because we're tired of this.
God, I
right?
love you, Kathleen.
Golly.
It's so true.
Good Lord.
he's signing bills in Florida to basically make it harder for unions to organize, harder for them to collect dues money, harder for them to teach in schools like what our Hispanic caucus does, right?
And it's in their constitution.
Yes.
The right to join a labor union is enshrined in the Florida Constitution.
right.
But they're doing everything they can. It's right to work
Right.
state.
Yep.
You know, they're creating all these barriers and obstacles,
Mhm.
and they're doing everything they can to try to kill union density.
Right to Work is loving this, but they're hating what we're doing in DC. Like they just tweeted at Sean O'Brien yesterday, and,
Did they
and
really?
Sean, yeah, it was. They went back and forth. It was actually
Audacity.
really funny, and they were like, this is to protect the fat cat's pension and
Oh,
all that. I'm just like, oh my, like they're trying to use 1960 talking points
That's right.
for a 2026 bill, and that's what's wrong with the Right to
for
Work
you,
movement.
Robert,
But there's also, it's not just DeSantis attacking
Here's
in
what's
Florida.
funny. The general president of this union is the principal officer of a 1.3 million member organization that manages hundreds of millions of dollars every single year.
Yep.
And you look at his salary compared to any CEO's,
God, it's
it
embarrassing.
pales in comparison.
Yep.
Like,
Totally.
first of all, I think he's paid way too little for the job that he
Agreed.
does. Needs to be paid 2 to 3 times what his paycheck is. That aside, even if he was paid twice or 3 times what he makes, you look at this and you recognize the fact that principal CEOs, principal
Yep.
officers of organizations of that magnitude and size, handling that much revenue, make in the millions every
Millions.
single year. And they may not get it in salary, but they get it in stock dividends. They get it in other incentives that gets placed away because they don't want it in salary because they don't want it taxed. So they actually take it in other pathways and they grow their wealth. So if you only want to pay me $50,000 a year, but then I get millions of dollars every single year in some
Sign me up.
shares and whatever it is. Right. Sign us up for it.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can't do that in the union.
Right,
It's got to
right.
be straight salary because if you do that, we get locked up.
That's right.
We,
That's right.
we fall into a whole new set of rules. But DeSantis is really, man, it's just been
DeSantis.
DeSantis.
He's disgusting.
Has been a nothing but a full-on assault out there. And
Well, so have the Virginia governor, Abigail Spanberger,
Yes.
who literally vetoed a
We are
bill,
back.
Randy, and
We are
we talked
back.
about it, I think the last show we
yeah,
had,
the last show we talked about.
to allow public sector bargaining. So, and it's go back to this whole party thing, right? Like, it's a Democrat governor in Virginia who was courting unions for support to get her into the governor's mansion in Virginia. and completely does a 360 and says, no, we're not going to allow public sector bargaining in Virginia. This is for cops, firefighters, paramedics. This is for Teamster unions, U.S. the steelworkers as well. It's a full-on assault by Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger and DeSantis. So both parties need to do something and figure it out how they're going to deliver, and not just talk about delivering, but do it.
Yep.
So what else we got going on? We got some really cool 1932 news. I mean, we have been active. Holy smokes.
Yes.
Like, active. Like, there was one day we had 4 actions, I think, in the same day.
Yeah. First, how was your reaction? Were you there, Kathleen, at Colton yesterday? I don't know if you were, but
No.
How'd you
That
feel,
was
Randy,
really
with
cool,
all those
though.
workers?
We watched it yesterday.
I mean, I think I said it when I was there. I felt, you know, you feel very proud of the fact that the community, other unions,
the other unions,
other cities, members from other areas came out and came together to support those Colton members. And, you know, one of the things I said yesterday, and I'll say it again, Colton's a unique city in a sense. It doesn't like have this big retail or, you know, epicenter like a mall or something that's going to generate a lot of revenue.
Right.
And so they've been hit hard over the years by, you know, recessions and a number of, you know, situations. And the workers there have a great relationship with the residents.
Yes.
And when economic times were very tough, those workers took it on the chin, and you know, they didn't like some things, but they recognized what they had to do, and they wanted to make sure that the city was successful. And they still worked just as hard. They didn't abandon the city, and they wanted to make sure that the city remained safe and diligent, and the services were going to be provided on a regular basis, and that the residents could be confident that there would always someone's going to answer the phone or be there to fix something or deal with something. And to see how much they have done over the years, and to watch the city basically, you know, trying to play hardball a little bit, is really disappointing. Just get to the point, and do the right thing.
Just do the right thing.
And
period.
and you know, and I'm assuming what's happening is, because this happens a lot in labor, is you get someone in the middle. The third party is the person that's in the middle like this. You get a lawyer in the middle, and that person probably makes a certain percentage on what they can chisel.
Right.
They don't realize what the only thing they're chiseling is they're chiseling off of a worker. And they're chiseling off of a worker that's already sacrificed a lot. So I really have a deep respect for that workforce. Obviously, I respect all of our members, but not everybody's had to go through the same economic challenges that the workers did in Colton. And to see them really love their city, never attack it when those challenges were happening, and to now say, hey, it's time to level this out. So what did I think about it? I thought it was awesome to see all the locals come out.
Yes.
I thought it was awesome to see the community come out. It was awesome to see just the display. And, you know, quite frankly, you want to pick a fight with us? We'll see how it works out for you.
Yep.
These workers are ready, man. This is not, you know, this isn't, no one's bluffing.
Right. Right.
Yeah, even the Colton Chamber of Commerce was reposting a lot of our content yesterday on
That's
their
cool.
stories. So shout out to them for also contributing to this, even if it's sharing a flyer or sharing something on a social media post. For a Chamber of Commerce to do something like that.
And look at all the signs all over the city.
Oh, yeah.
You know, everybody I talked to was just blown away. Man, when we were driving from the freeway, you know, man, we saw like, 20 signs, 15 signs. You know, they absolutely, you know, you could see the residents truly support. We were actually in the bus, and we had to go drop the guys off back at their facility. And, you know, driving down the side streets, going back, you could see there were lots and lots of signs of support for the members there in just residents' yards.
All around, yeah. Yep.
Good, yeah.
It's good stuff.
And what's going on in Colton, similar in Redlands.
You saw it on social media, though, right?
Oh, yeah. I shared the heck out of it. I love seeing Ray Whitmire there. He's such a great guy.
Yeah.
And just all the other locals. It's like, it's phenomenal to know that, look, when push comes to shove, we're going to be there for each other. Watch out.
That's
Watch out,
right.
man. We got a lot of people in this area.
Yeah, and then there was Redlands. I think the night of June 2nd, which is also election day, they were having an action. The same day we were having an action in Hesperia, and the same day we were having an action in Montclair.
Yes.
It was a lot
was
all in
great.
one day.
Yes.
And I feel like I should have split my body in 3 so we can get photos in every one.
You
But
can't be
BAs did their
everywhere.
part and got me photos.
You needed
so.
to be split in 4.
In
then.
4, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a really cool day because I was able to tell these elected officials that day, like, look at Redlands, look at Hesperia, look at Montclair, and it was just amazing. That day was lit another part of me up in this labor movement because it shows that this local union has members everywhere that are activated, right? They're not asleep at the wheel. They are they know what's coming because these cities are feeling the effects of what's going on with the Trump administration, and now it's affecting our contracts. So it's going to be interesting the next couple of years how this all plays out. But we're ready. I think we're ready.
Yeah, and the other thing I think we need to report on is that Rancho Cucamonga got a tentative agreement. I think Hesperia's got a tentative agreement. So some of these things are closing out and getting to some finality, but we are concerned. We still have 3 potential labor disputes: Montclair, Redlands, and Colton. And you really
it's not
necessary. I hope they don't, but hey,
it's not necessary. Just work with us. Do the right thing.
That's right.
That's all we're asking.
Yeah.
And it's great to see. The other thing is great to see is how all these workers in the cities are at each other's stuff.
Yes.
That's been so fun to watch.
Seeing the Amazon workers was amazing. Like they've been so active and they truly appreciate and understand what we're trying to do for them, and they're at every single event. I've noticed every single event, and that's inspiring.
Yeah, there was a lot of them yesterday.
With a cool flag, and I have pictures I'll put on socials later.
They're
but
amazing.
One of them says Amazon DJT6 stands with Colton. Amazon Air Hub stands with Colton. It was really cool. And if any worker knows how it is to throw down the labor movement, it's those Amazon workers.
They sure do.
Doing labor's activity without a contract, without protections. Some have already been targeted for, fired for, and attacked. But some of them, Andy was there, the one who went viral for getting fired over something dumb. He was there, and God bless all of those workers who are doing everything for this labor movement.
Yeah, I'll issue the statement again. If any one of those cities wants to dare to pick a fight with us, well,
let's do it.
Yeah, be careful. Careful, you might be
Be
biting
careful,
off a little more.
damn.
What was it last year, Randy, that you were saying?
Said warning shot.
I hope one of these cities pick a fight or something.
Well, I've been saying that for a while.
You've been wanting to fight.
There was a city last year that was it. It was in Fontana.
No, it was.
It was in Fontana.
Yeah, I think it was Fontana.
Damn.
Maybe it was Fontana. Yeah.
No, I think the fight should be Rancho Cucamonga only because
they got all the money.
Yeah, that's the so-called Beverly Hills.
Yeah, it is Beverly Hills.
Redlands used to be the Beverly Hills.
Right. Oh my god. Oh my god. Damn. Cumstered and dumpstered. Rancho Cucamonga shots fired. No, sorry. Rancho Cucamonga down. Taken down by the rest of the Inland Empire. Damn. They said Rancho Cucamonga is the Beverly Hills of the IE. Oh my god. Damn. That's right. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Beverly Hills of the IE podcast, #1 host here. That's right. Born and raised. Born and raised in the Beverly Hills of the Inland Empire. That's right. Rancho Cucamonga.
I've been saying that for a while.
You've been wanting to fight.
There was a city last year that was it. It was in Fontana.
No, it was.
It was in Fontana.
Yeah, I think it was Fontana.
It was Fontana.
Maybe it was Fontana. Yeah.
No, I think the fight should be Rancho Cucamonga only because
they got all the money.
Yeah, that's the so-called Beverly Hills.
Yeah, it is Beverly Hills.
Redlands used to be the Beverly Hills.
Damn, Kathleen. You were my homie. She said, yeah, it is the Beverly Hills.
Of the IE, simply because it was up in the hills and there was a lot of money up in the hills with those mansions and stuff. But but Rancho's kind of
damn. What was he gonna say about Rancho now?
Beverly Hills.
Yeah, it is Beverly Hills.
Redlands used to be the Beverly Hills of the IE.
Nah. Redlands wishes. Shout out to all the Redlanders in chat. You ain't nothing. You the Palm Springs of the IE. That's what you are.
Simply because it was up in the hills and there was a lot of money up in the hills with those mansions and stuff. But
Start a city hack, Redlands, a city that works. Exactly. Is that Beverly Hills behavior? No, absolutely not. Rancho Cucamonga's city symbol is what? It's a grape. Why? For wine. Wine Moms International in Rancho Cucamonga. By the way, Angelina, I'm tuning in from RC as well. Hell yeah. Rancho Cucamonga represent. Oh, hold on. I need like a flag. Oh, okay, Oh, no, I don't want it from Amazon. I just want to have this beautiful flag. Oh, oh, that's CRW flags. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, no. So, hey, I might see you out there one day. Don't say that. That's creepy. Okay. No, no, no. I don't, let's just be normal. This is the internet. I am a woman on the internet. We have it hard out here, okay? So, excuse me for being a little bit overly cautious, but yeah. Okay, so anyways, Ranch Cucamonga. Look at that. Grapes. Literally off the vine. That's crazy. We are the Beverly Hills. All right, all right, all right. Back at it.
But Rancho's kind of now kind of stolen that sort of stigma, and you kind of get this attitude for working people in Rancho, and what better way to ground everybody than to make them recognize how the city services operate, and working people make the community go round.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't think any of these cities have actually been tested. Now that I think about it,
Damn.
right?
And again,
And that's why Randy's like Ranch Cucamonga can be the first. Oh my God, Beverly Hills, hilarious.
You cannot, in this space, you cannot provoke one purposefully.
Right.
In other words, once the deal is decent, then you got to back away from potentially, then encouraging a strike.
That's right.
But you got to have some hard lines, like the affordable health care is a hard line. It's just a
Yes,
hard
thank you.
line.
Affordable health care is a hard line.
Absolutely.
I would say universal health care, single payer is my hard line, but whatever, I get it. Insurance companies are going to insurance company, It's not like we're going to be able to get rid of them overnight. So, heard it, RC equals Beverly Hills. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, okay, now that we know that you're a fellow Cucamongan, right? Nobody calls it RC. At least I don't know. I don't call it RC. It's always either Rancho, or Cucamonga, or Rancho Cucamonga. But yeah, RC. I feel like these non-Cucamongans don't get it. Because we got Kathleen. She's from Colton. I'm just using it as short. Okay, yeah. Although, have you seen that in some like mailing, instead of typing out Rancho Cucamonga, they do RCH. RCH Cucamonga. I'm like, damn. They're misgendering our city. No, I don't mean misgendering, but okay, let's continue.
So what else is going on?
I think that was about it.
No, you're missing a big thing, man.
Am I?
Oh no,
the
what
partnership
is it?
with Labor Podcast Radio Network.
Oh my
What?
God.
They're gonna
I
partner.
didn't talk about it for 2 days.
I didn't know you want to talk about it on this show.
Just for a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
2 or 5.
Well, I mean,
or 11.
This is your show. You choose.
I don't feel like it's my show. I feel like it's your show.
I'm the editor.
Damn.
We have a winner. Tina Avalos Morgan wins
I was
again.
gonna guess it was gonna be her. I was gonna say it, and I thought, no, I'm not gonna do it.
Wait, what
But
did
I
they
was gonna say, I
win?
guess it-
She
I'll
gets
guess.
another new
Good for
design.
her.
So,
She deserves it.
So whatever color she got, we'll get her the other color.
Sweet.
She's
awesome.
she's on a streak here. She must.
I know they have a secret viewer winner contest. We need to get in live on this.
She must have this quick dial where she's cutting everybody off. Boom, boom, boom,
Yeah,
boom.
stop
Maybe
the
she's
counts.
our only listener. Her and Ryan.
No. Well
Anyway.
deserved.
Yeah. no,
Damn, Randy Corrigan said the gang's all here. That makes me feel so much better. And don't worry about it, TVA. Don't worry about it. I'm just being I'm being over cautious because, again, this ain't exactly the best of times of being my gender right now, But yeah. Yeah, I'd be down. No. Let's continue with the.
But no, I'm. Look, there's 180 podcasters out there for labor. That
Really?
you guys had a call with them
Hold
today,
on.
right?
Yeah, great call.
What's it called?
And kind of mapping out what it's going to look like. And we already are on the Worker Power Radio Network. We're already airing some of the shows at 11 and 1 random shows are feeding in. So you'll be able to, at 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. every single day, if you want to just tune in to the Worker Power Radio Network, you can find it on our website, or you can find it, you're going to see a lot of promotion to this over the next few days about this partnership. But think about this, 180 plus podcasters out there that talk about labor are partnering up with us to put their content on our platform.
Oh no, Worker Power Hours going corporate. No, I'm just kidding. But what was it called again? Here, I'm gonna do the Google Ask again. Who are they partnering with? Labor Podcast Radio Network. Okay.
Global labor
Wonderful.
podcasters.
Correct.
Wonderful.
I mean, think of the impact. First of all, let's just go very basic, how much our members are going to benefit from hearing these different sort of perspectives on labor.
Yep.
1, 2, a single place where you can have this conversation or hear different perspectives from labor.
Yeah.
And we're extremely proud of the fact that we've built the infrastructure to be able to kind of house something like this.
Right.
And to,
Yeah,
and to
that's for
embrace it.
sure. Hell
And
yeah.
I'm super excited about it. I think
Let's
there's so
see.
much potential here that
Where the people
we
speak,
already
the
get a lot of
Labor
success
Radio
out of our show.
Podcast Network.
Obviously, our members get a lot of information from the show, and anybody who listens gets a lot of information. And now we're going to get even more from, more perspectives in labor. And then ultimately, I think the cool part about it is if we want to unify labor and move them in a particular direction, that we can have workers can feel like they have their own space.
Yep.
It's not YouTube, it's not Spotify, it's not some big
Bro, what's
tech
wrong with
corporate
YouTube and Spotify?
environment. It's theirs. It's called Worker Power Radio Network. It's yours. We have
Okay. He's promoting his own little, radio website. But that's fine. Okay, so here's the Labor Radio Podcast Network. They are pretty small, it seems like. I know, bros bashing YouTube. Homie, that's our home here. This is our bread and butter. And he's on YouTube too. Homie got more subscribers than me. Okay. Okay. Podcast network. Huh. Data centers, Mayday, and the fight for power. Okay. I'll check this out on my own later on. But yeah, I can't wait to see what's gonna be going on here.
created this environment so that workers can feel like they own this environment themselves, because they do. It's going to be their content. And we're going to do everything we can to help keep all of these voices for working people in that space.
Love it.
Hell yeah.
Love it.
How proud does it make you feel being part of
Man,
this local?
Like I said, every morning I have to pinch myself. I can't believe it. And what we're doing, what we're accomplishing, just to be a part of it, and just to be, to even just, I can't obviously take any credit for any of it, because I'm lucky to be here. I'm just,
Oh, that's
no.
Don't
But we have
undermine your contribution.
You have
like
amazing staff, and we have amazing members, and it's a magical thing. And none of this would be happening if all those pieces didn't come together perfectly.
Yeah.
So it's just awesome. But I'm still waiting for Mark and I to do the love lines one night. We're gonna bring it back.
That would be fun.
We're gonna bring it back,
What
Marky.
is that?
Love
Let's do it.
lines?
Did you hear that?
I can't even talk.
Did you hear what Robert just said? What's love lines?
Oh my
What's
God,
a
that's
love line?
right. You don't know. Okay.
He does not know.
We'll
what
take you
love
down the
lines
rabbit hole later.
is.
It was wonderful, wonderful times.
Love lines. Everybody tuned in.
Oh yeah.
That was on Sunday nights, right?
Yeah, Sunday nights.
You had to explain to Robert what if you build it, they will come.
Right? Yeah, we have to explain
He didn't
that.
know what Field of Dreams is.
He didn't know what it was. If you build it, they'll come.
We got a lot of
we had to do that
work to
yesterday.
do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Isn't
Yeah,
that
give me
just
some
the
movie
same?
recommendations.
You got it, Robert.
I'm
We're
reading
gonna
a
get you
book,
up to
actually.
speed.
It's called In the Shadows of Jimmy Hoffa.
Oh, okay.
Really good. I'm on chapter 2. Love it.
He said, I'm on chapter. Okay, not on Pride Month. Sorry, not on Pride Month. Not on Pride Month. Shout out to Robert. I know we never talked or anything, but I love you. I will not make fun of you.
Every night, I've been trying to put an hour or two away from my phone, and I have been doing it very
Good job.
successfully.
We all
and
we all
reading a book,
struggle
so-
with that.
I want
Put
to.
that
I got
phone
to tell
down.
a really interesting story on reading a book, about a Teamster-based
Uh-huh.
book. I was reading a book once, and I was
Once.
in Washington D.C.
He's like, I only read a book once, one other time. I'm sorry.
closing out the book, probably the last half of the book, and it was so weird to go from reading a book and the people that are being talked about to going into a meeting about the people
Isn't
that are
wild?
connected or directly some of the people that were being talked about.
That's crazy.
Like it is.
That's awesome.
Like I had that experience happen over like a 2 or 3 day period once.
How amazing.
And that's pretty crazy.
That
One
is
book
really
It just
crazy.
reminded me
lesser
of
known
one of the
anime?
many books I read that are got like a it's about a Teamster leader or
When was this,
or
like
whatever.
1900s or?
Oh.
That wasn't that long ago. The 1900s was not that long.
It was
ago.
not that long
What,
ago.
100 years?
No, the 1900s was only 26 years ago, 27 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? 1999.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
See?
Oh my
That's
God.
not that
Leave
long
him
ago. And
alone.
you're-
Stop picking on the
that
young
was 3
one.
years before you were born.
Yes.
Right.
This guy.
Yes, I know.
Love Lines.
I was just
How
Love
long
Lines.
was Love Lines? 3 hours? It was 3 hours, right?
Okay,
4?
they never even explained what Love Lines is. Hold on, let me look it up. I bet I know what it is. It's probably just like a dating radio show. Love Lines. Was it radio? There we go. Oh, and a television program. Loveline is a syndicated radio call-in program in North America, often with guest appearances by actors. That features medical and relationship advice, often with guest appearances by actors and musicians. Oh, okay. Interesting. Loveline follows a call-in question and answer format, primarily aimed at helping youth and young adults with issues related to relationships, sexuality, and drug addiction. Damn. That's cool. Yeah, I feel like we need something like this for the younger audiences.
4?
God, I can't even remember.
I'm going to look it up later.
And what was the name of the guy that did it?
Oh, gosh.
Dr. Because he's a quack
Oh,
now.
yeah, he's a total nerd. Oh, my gosh.
I can't think of his name. Somebody's got to pop it in.
Dr.
here on
Drew.
this. Dr. Drew.
Dr. Drew.
That's right.
I knew it would come to me.
And Love Lines.
Yeah, good stuff.
Here,
Take us back.
Why did we all tune in?
You know what? That's a
drama?
good question. The drama. Yeah, because it was always like someone else's issue is worse than yours, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
there was some wanky stuff on there.
God.
That's funny.
So imagine a radio show at night, like 9 to midnight, right? Something
Right.
like that.
Yep.
And people call in and they would talk to Dr. Drew about
Their love life.
their problems they were having in their love life, and he would give advice, relationship advice.
And
on all
so
these
this was from 9 until midnight. That's crazy. I didn't know. I didn't know radio went all that hours. But okay, I guess it really do be streaming. Streaming really do be internet radio. That's crazy. Well, welcome to my radio show.
different scenarios that were happening.
Like 99.1, where they call in the mornings and they ask like, oh, like, I'm going to child support court or something.
Right.
Is it that type of stuff?
Kind of like that. Because I've heard a couple of those
Springer?
phone calls. It's pretty close.
Well,
Pretty
imagine
close.
airing your love tribulations
right.
or whatever's going on a live radio show.
The best were the guys that would get on there, though, to apologize to their partners or girlfriends and wives and stuff. I used to crack up.
That's cool. What if it did labor
Lord.
life, where they would call in and a member has an issue at work and Randy giving them advice on how to deal with it?
Yes, do that. Literally do that as a show. I'm going to comment right now. Okay. Hold on. Let me do it. It's 57:54. 54. Whoops. Okay. 57:54. Please have a call in stream where members can ask for work advice. I'll say, I will host with you. I will host with you. I'll say Robert, Robe, Robert is a amazing. Deviate said, I gotta go. Sorry for one of my comments being uncomfortable for you. No, don't worry about it. Just have a good one. See you later, Deviate. Peace out. Take care. See you later. Robert is amazing. And has the best ideas. But showing in a box saying, nah, you're good, bro. Bye. But showing in a box, thank you for taking my apologies. Or I mean, you cracked me up. Okay, there you go. Hopefully he sees this commented. Okay, 57:54. Did I get that right? 57:45. Whatever. I got dyslexia strikes again.
Great idea.
That's not bad.
That phone would never stop ringing.
Yeah, Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla.
That's right.
That's
Adam
right.
Carolla.
Thanks,
I love
Pete.
him.
Thanks, Pete.
Pete.
That's right. Adam. I forgot that Adam was.
Adam was with him.
That's
yeah.
right. I forgot
Adam
that he was
Carolla,
with
Dr.
him.
Isn't
Drew
Adam
just pointed
Carolla
that
a
out.
podcast guy
Yeah,
now
you could
too? I see his stupid ads on the TV for the Pluto TV for the podcast space.
do that. You could do, you could do a
That
call-in
phone
show.
would never stop ringing though if it was working.
Hey, call in for your grievances.
Yeah, I know. It would never stop ringing. That's the
I
point,
actually
brother.
Don't want to be the one
No,
saying
no.
yeah, tell him that Randy said.
Randy said.
Right.
That's
oh,
funny.
Boy.
But that is actually a pretty good idea.
It is actually really
That's
good.
a fun
Do
idea.
it.
That's something
Do
you could
it.
have a good time with. Or you call in and tell stories like of things that
that's a really good.
of winning.
Yes.
we've all sat around from time to time.
I would
know I got
love
a
to
couple
do
minutes left,
this.
but,
I would love to call in.
We've sat around from time to time. We tell stories about grievances we won, or contracts, or strikes, or cool situations.
Right.
Imagine having a call in where you get to share those stories. That would be like Love Lines was,
That's a great
but for
idea,
labor.
too.
And, Robert, I think you
A
might be
little
onto something.
inspiring,
That sounds a little fun.
Yeah.
Who we get? We'll get Carlos to host it. How's that?
Carlos would be
Carlos
fabulous.
would be good at hosting.
He would
that.
be fabulous. to
Carlos
host
will
it.
be the new Love Lines
Yes.
host for
Him and his movie quotes.
He's
the Worker
voluntold.
Power Radio Network.
He's quick-witted, man. Let's do
What'd
it.
you say?
He's voluntold.
He's voluntold.
No, you'd want someone. You got to have him volunteer
Oh,
to do that.
yeah.
Hey, Carlos, would you be good with
Yeah,
that? We'll see if he comments back here on the screen.
Add another thing to his list of many things to do.
Yeah, he's all kind
Poor
of, hey, can I
guy.
give up these 9 things
Yeah,
to do
yeah.
that?
I'll give you the 9 things to give up,
right.
Carlos.
Well, anything we want to wrap up in this last minute? Less than a minute?
No.
1 minute, Mark? No? No more news? We covered all the news? All
think
the cool
so.
stuff?
All the good stuff. Yeah.
well, good.
Lots of fights.
Well, that's been a fun hour of a lot of news. We have 2
That was an
exciting
hour,
guests coming
bro.
on. We have a
Oh,
Teamster
okay, it
Advantage
was.
partner as well. Network.
Future of working families.
They're taking their little
Preparing to
break.
hit Iran hard after an exchange of
5-6. Then you can say,
for you. People are calling 9 is
constructing auxiliary lanes, installing electronic toll collections.
Damn.
Residents will be able to
5
provide
minutes of
public
ads?
comments at the meetings remotely by telephone during meetings, closed session at 9 a.m. and public session 8
We're back. This is the Worker Power Hour with Randy Corgan on the Teamsters Local 1932 Broadcast Network. Airing live from San Bernardino. And that's live. So when we make a mistake here, everybody gets to watch it. Everybody
God,
gets to
relax.
see it. Everybody gets to hear it.
I'm not scared. It's all right.
Just a little bit. I'm scared every day.
We're keeping it
You know what
control.
scares me? Spiders. That scares me. And heights.
Oh my God. All right.
Actually, spiders are not too bad.
But heights. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, spiders. Yeah, spiders scare me. Yeah. Big guy like me.
That's shocking. That's really shocking to me.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we all got our
Don't
little.
tell anybody your fears.
No, you got to tell them all. Get them out.
Oh, get 'em out.
Just say it like it is. Like, get it out of the way. That way no one can hold it against you.
Oh,
They can't blackmail you.
That's true. That's true.
So we're back. Next segment we have here is our TA partner, our Teamster Advantage partner. Program is a very successful program. More than 1,000 small businesses connected to our network throughout the Inland Empire. And we love to showcase these small businesses. And we like to give them an opportunity to come on the show, obviously advertise for them, put them in the app. We're in nearly 30 chambers of commerce, and we're really out there trying to help small business, prop them up, and we don't charge them a bit. Our members have been supportive of this program and creating this program as a way to help the small business community. If we all benefit as the tide comes in and our boats rise together, guess what? We're all going to be good. And so with that, I have Tahisha Parker Wynn. Is that correct?
No.
Nugent? Tisha? Okay, Tisha. I'm sorry. I used to be better at pronouncing names, Tisha.
It's okay. Mistakes gonna happen. Everybody can hear it.
See, but you can't make a mistake if you're giving
Use
CPR.
their
You make a
own
mistake
words
with that.
against him.
It's all learning. That's
Right, that's right, that's right. And she's the CEO of HeartLink CPR Training and Academy, Education and Academy.
Okay.
We really
I'm
appreciate.
sorry. We're gonna skip by this. I'm sure that sounds great, but here we go. Another ad. Oh no.
To broadcast. We're back. Actually, I don't feel like we're back. Are we back?
We're back.
Are we back now? This is the Worker Power Hour with Randy Corgan on the Teamsters Local 1932 Broadcast Network.
There you go. Another mistake.
Airing live from San Bernardino. We just got a live glitch just now. Did you just lose the music? Is that what happened?
No, what happened?
Yeah, I don't think it's coming in.
You don't?
Nope. This is Randy Corgan here
Yes,
live.
we can hear you, brother.
How about now?
Yep. We're live now.
Okay.
I might have hit the.
You pushed the button. This is the Worker Power Hour with Randy Corgan on the Teamsters Local 1932 Broadcast Network.
I turned off your headphones by accident.
Oh no.
So I was live. Everybody just heard me mumble around. This is what live radio does.
Oh my. Okay.
Now
Next,
is a
next.
segment. You can do what you want with it.
that's
and,
cool.
And share it on, the digital space out there that
Yeah.
everybody spends too much time buried in their phone. So instead of me taking up all this time introducing you, Colin, why don't you introduce yourself and let all the listeners know how you got where you are today, what your title is, and what you do on a daily basis.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm a journeyman wireman. Started in the building trade side at Local 441 and then journeyed out at Local 11 in Los Angeles back in 2001. Worked over a couple refineries and schools and such like that. And then eventually was hired by my father at Local 47 as an organizer in 2005. And then worked through the ranks, organizer, business rep, assistant, business manager, and eventually senior assistant, which led to about his retirement in 2021, where I took over based on the executive board's recommendation for the remainder of his term, and then ran for my first term in 23, which I won. And oddly enough, I'm in the middle of an election right now.
All right. So he's the biggest, more than tickles.
No,
Anybody
no.
who understands electrical current,
Yeah, I know.
480 is rough. It'll kill you.
It'll make you scream.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. 480 will kill you, right?
Oh, definitely.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
like
that means.
it'll
but
kill
okay,
you.
yeah.
You hold on to it long
Sure.
enough, it'll kill you.
Yeah, no, just, and
Simple,
enjoying
I
labor,
guess.
really. Promoting labor, organizing. I think that's really been the belly of my work the last couple of years.
Damn, that guy has
and
a
really the
crazy
backbone,
beard.
I think, of labor in general, no matter what union you're in.
Yep. Agreed.
On that point, unions are currently under attack in many states across the country. Not so much here, but obviously attack anywhere is an attack on all of us. How concerning is it to you to see what's going on?
Well, it's very concerning. I mean, I look for those fights. When we do organize in this state, as good as this state is to unions, the employers are not.
Yep.
And they really fight us. They hire anti-union tactics and use, the old school book tactics that we all know that they have, right? And it's terrible. And so we look for that. We look to challenge that as much as we can.
Yeah, and you see, bargaining rights being weakened all the time. You see an undermining of it. You see a straight up attack trying to, actually prevent workers from having collective bargaining rights. And it's always interesting. I can assume where you stand. I won't speak for you, but a lot of times you'll see corporate America or employers try to pit public employees and private sector employees. My take is we're all working people, and our rights to bargain and our rights to these issues on the job doesn't matter if we're public or private. Doesn't matter if we're a subcontractor. Like all workers need to be in the same space and valued the same. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, Local 47 is gigantic. We really stretch from the Fresno kind of county border all the way down to the Mexico border. We cover Esmeralda and Nye County, Nevada, and then all the way down to the San Diego border with Mexico. We represent public-private. Just about anything.
Yeah,
at
you
the
have
cities.
Colton with us. You have a sister.
We do
unit.
have the electrical utility at Colton.
Yeah.
Electrical utility, gas and water is our basis, but we'll represent anyone that asks us, and if it fits, then we'll make it work.
Yeah, we have a really good relationship with you there in Colton. As a matter of fact, Baca was there yesterday. We bumped into him while we had our little action going on.
Well, and I don't know, the city's acting like they're broke like usual. So
yeah, right.
Hey, we're bankrupt. Like, okay, show us. Well, we'll talk about it.
All of a sudden, right?
Damn,
Well, we found a
that's
few bucks
Joe
over
Baca
there.
It's the usual yearly tactic with them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, well, as far as the public sector is concerned, obviously our local is a primary public sector, but we also have private sector, and obviously I come out of the private sector. And the message I always carry is just trying to unify workers. What's your message on how to unify workers, public and private sector?
Well, so the tactic we try to use is just we're better together,
Yeah.
right? And bringing everybody together, public and private. a lot of our industries are public and private, right? We have our largest employer, Southern California Edison, which is private. We have Colton, that's public. Riverside, Anaheim. DWP, where our contractors work. That's a different union that represents them. But again, we're all doing the same work, regardless of our employer. Obviously, the public side has different laws, right? Myers, Mills, Brown. The private side has, NLRB, similar but different. But again, we're better together.
And interestingly enough, you use Southern California Edison. You said that's your biggest employer, right?
Largest single employer.
Yeah, and even though it's a private sector employer, it has captive contracts. In other words, I wouldn't call it contract, but it's not like anybody else is selling electricity in that city.
No, and that's an interesting space, right, for the state itself. You have the POUs
yeah.
and the IOUs, right, the public-owned utilities, investor-owned utilities, and then, of course, as we're watching it unfold for the governor race, the most important person in the state is the governor. I mean, he has over 3,000 appointees, 5 of which are the California Public Utility Commission, and that, they influence what laws are allowed to be made for these utilities. And so that's really important to us in our workforce.
And for those that don't know, the California Public Utilities Commission, very powerful entity in leveraging a lot of times for you.
Right.
In other words, if they've got to get a rate increase, they've got to actually go to the PUC. You can have an intervener. You're allowed to intervene.
We are an intervener status as we have all the employees or members that work there.
And there's actually more than the utilities that report to the PUC, but I've always respected and appreciated the ability to utilize the PUC as a leverage point from time to time when you're for collective bargaining.
I'd like to say we have 1,000 irons in the fire. I mean, it's at all levels, right? CPUC is part of that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everything that we do in Sacramento or locally, politically, I think needs to be advantage for our members. Doesn't matter right or left.
Yeah, and structurally, so that members can kind of visualize this, they think, okay, private sector must be anybody can grab energy or grab the contract for electricity in the city of whatever city, right? As you pointed out, some cities actually have their own electricity. It's not Edison or somebody else, and then those that have it, it's not like it goes up for bid every year, right? Or it's subcontracted out. So there's a whole set of rules and regulations and processes that are not only established for them to be there, but also leverageable when it comes to holding them accountable potentially as trying to make sure that they're good employers.
Right. No, exactly. And providing power, right? That's the number one key. The big POUs.
It's a public service.
It is. It is a public service. And the POUs and the IOUs and the CPUC make sure that we all have electricity of some sort, right? I think in the past, some of those utilities went bankrupt, which is now we see the big 3. It didn't used to be like that. So I want to make sure we don't forget that as we try to cannibalize some of these big utilities into taking them back to ourselves. But there is some solace in having big utilities spread out that cost across.
As long as they have guardrails and accountability like they currently do with some of these
They're not a
systems,
ginormous
which
monopoly.
is obviously where I was going. I think that it's important for people to kind of understand this dynamic because people just get their electric bill and they just they don't really think about the governance of it, right? Like even though it's a private sector employer, it's got a public policy. And there's something the other day that I think points to this is back in the day, and I think the rule is still in place, there's an obligation for utility to reach certain points in certain rural areas, as well as phone, and electricity to where you can basically have that. In addition, if you have gas service, there are certain public service parts that gas service cannot be interrupted based on certain circumstances. Water falls into the same category because it is a need of the individuals in the community. And so these rural communities sometimes they don't even know that they have the ability to say, hey, wait a minute here. There's actually an obligation to make sure we've got a line in here.
And with the CPUC and those government agencies, they'll dictate to the big utilities what they have to do. Sometimes, an Edison or a PG&E doesn't get to choose where they bring power. They're told that that's part of the package.
Do you remember Carl Wood when he was on the PUC?
I do not.
Yeah, my that's my son's grandfather. So it's my former wife's dad. He served on the PUC for a 6-year term. Schwarzenegger did not renew him, and I wonder why.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Well, and again, that's why it's important who you vote for.
That is correct.
When you're looking at the governor and not
Davis
the emotion.
appointed him. That's right. Davis appointed him. And what people don't realize is a guy like Schwarzenegger wins, and then the 3,000 appointees all get bounced, and those all become, in a lot of cases, a business-friendly individual.
Right. And as we're watching it unfold right now, the current governor isn't going to be running again, so it's Sacramento's going to change in my mind, in the way we do business or the way we're used to doing business for a while. So things are very important and apparent that we should be watching and voting.
Yeah, this is great conversation. I love the technical parts.
Sure.
Our members listeners like to hear these kind of unique
Yeah.
nuances that they normally we don't really
No,
talk
it's
about.
mainly for me, like back room, right? I'm always back room looking at this stuff. I don't get to always talk about it at meetings. I mean, we're busy with attorneys and trying to get shit done. We're not out bragging about this boring stuff. So
It's not boring.
no, it's not,
No,
but
no.
it can be, which is tough.
Yeah. So what would you like? What would you like to cover on the show? And what do you think of this format? Like this is a real studio.
I think this is great. And as I was talking to Lucky earlier, you know, we're just starting our own podcast. We got our room down. We got just about everything set, and we got a
everyone
couple
has a
tapings. But
podcast.
we got to kind of round that out as we move into that digital space in the future for our members.
You just identified your age by saying taping.
Oh no.
It is. I turned 50 this year, so I'm trying to get a little more healthier as I get, looking towards retirement. But
Wow.
it's a wonder. I started playing softball again, and my knees are killing me.
Good for you.
Yeah, it's getting healthy, which feels good, but then hurting because
Yeah.
I'm like running harder.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting at this time.
So oh, I'm sorry. Go
Oh no,
ahead,
no! I
Kathy.
was just gonna say I just tore my ACL just putting pants on. Can you believe it? I'm not kidding.
Jeez.
I can't make this up. I would love to play.
I wouldn't
softball
doubt
again.
it. I
would
mean,
love to play softball.
atrophy happens fast when you ain't using
does,
it.
it does.
But no, I mean, one of the big things that we can talk about is mental health. That's
Aging, am I
probably one of the
right?
bigger items that we've been working on at a local level for us. I mean, besides the normal bargaining and healthcare and struggles we have, Local 47 from 2019 to 24, we had 5 workplace fatalities. But then
What?
when you look at, we pulled all our death benefits, and we had 19 drug overdoses, 22 suicides, 5 murders, if you can believe that. And so when you look at that in a graph, the 5 workplaces are terrible, but then you're working with those other 30, 40 people every day. And what are they doing at home that brings such tragedy to their life and at work?
Wow.
And so
That's
trying to
actually a
work
really
in that
good point.
space, we started a critical incident stress management team, largely after police and fire, kind of how they deal with PTSD at the end of the day. A lot of our members see that. We have a classification called troublemen or troubleshooters. They're usually there before the police when the line goes down or someone car hits a pole, right? Drunk driver. And so they're rolling on dead bodies, or God forbid someone's
that's
trying
scary,
to steal
yeah.
copper or wire, and then they
Well, it's got an electrical current.
well, yeah, you'd be amazed what our
Yes.
guys run into. So trying to get in that space to be a little bit more mentally sound and show up
That's
for our members in a
crazy.
different way, not just the day at the
That they deal
hospital,
with
but
that.
days
and
after
these are
and months
just
after.
like power line guys, right? Yeah. Crazy.
Something different in that space. Bringing psychological first aid training, de-escalation training for our stewards and our members, as everything in society seems to be just out of control these days.
Yeah, and that's all the, like you said, the backdoor work, like the behind the scenes work, right? That takes a lot of work. You got to work through a lot of different programs, organizations,
Right.
Systems.
See how they work within the systems that are there, your healthcare system. I mean, we've been at this for like 4 years, and we're just really starting to get buy-in from the employers, from the companies and contractors we deal
Isn't
with.
it crazy how long it takes to get them on board?
Yes.
When they're the ones that are writing the check for the premium. You're
Well,
like,
and at the end of the day, we're just helping their employees, which are our members. But we're getting some really good traction. Edison's really putting in. They got teams now on the union and non-union side, and our guys are going to work either way, right? These are human beings that need help, and so we're there to help.
switching gears here a little bit, what are your thoughts on the Virginia governor? Have you paid attention to this, where she was supportive, and then all of a sudden she vetoed the ability for public employees to get bargaining?
Yeah, I mean, I loosely watched that. It's because we have our own issues here that we got to pay attention to. It's disheartening to see labor lose at all, right? And starting with Janice back in the day, and leading up to what we're seeing now, we're constantly under attack. And we just need to defend that. And I think it's ridiculous that they want to switch so late in the game.
Well, and I think that what the full court press should do on the governor there in Virginia is making sure that we turn around and immediately put that pressure, kind of like what happened in Utah, right? In Utah, they stripped away those rights. Everybody went to work right away. I personally think everybody should have just walked off the job the next day, because then they would have really fixed it.
You remember Wisconsin with Scott Walker?
That's
when
correct.
They kept that place open for a couple of days.
Was it Act 10, whatever it was? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that, we got to start withholding our labor on a massive scale to catch everybody's attention, even though some people may disagree with that. I'm not sure what other way it is to catch everybody's attention. But point is with the governor there, I think they need to load it up, put it right back out, and do the things that are necessary to mobilize and occupy the space in a way that doesn't allow them off the hook. You said, and to say that it's going to cost more money, as well as I do, we save the employer a lot more money than we cost them most of the time. And if you can't afford to do certain things, then let's figure out the right way to do it versus just leaving it up to a handful of people. We're experts at solving those problems, even when there's a shortcoming of funds.
Until the laws benefit us as citizens and workers, the laws benefit the corporations.
Right.
And it's just not. It's the cards don't fall in our way, so we have to keep fighting. And it's terrible that's the goal.
So do you see how the Faster Labor Contracts Act passed yesterday, the House? That's the bill that we sponsored, that the Teamsters sponsored to force after a union election,
right,
a piece of the PRO Act to force bargaining within 10 days.
Right.
21 Republicans signed on to it. It's now going to be headed to the House.
Oh, that's great.
My gut tells me we're going to be able to get that over the hump, and it's going to be on the president's desk, and there's going to be a lot of pressure for the president of the United States to sign something that is pro-worker.
I think that's great, and it goes a long way to show bipartisan, right? I think we're so stained with blue or not being red. I mean, just in this governor's race, we kind of sided with Chad Bianco, and I mean, we were tar and feathered because they didn't understand that we even like Republicans, which is crazy. We're still citizens of the state, and our members have rights
union
too.
Member.
But anything we can do
union
to
member is literally doing the thing that people don't want to hear. A working class man voting for a Republican. He said he supported Chad Bianco. I'm not going to go there and why he's wrong or anything. That's his own opinion, whatever. He genuinely thought Chad Bianco, maybe Chad Bianco had their back. I don't know. But like, this is it. This is it. We can't bring this annoying, liberal, woke scoldy mindset to building these coalitions and trying to, get ultimately unite our unite the working class essentially. This is where we start getting broken up and segmented.
Get labor up front. I don't care who the president is. I think it's great that we're in that room and being able to sign bills, working for labor.
Yeah, we always have to be occupying the space where our message is heard. And whether we disagree with the decisions that are made, if we allow ourselves to be eliminated out of the room, guess what?
You got to be in that room, man. I see those old politicians refuse to meet with certain presidents, and it's like, why? Like, he's got the keys. You got to be in there.
Yep.
To convince.
Absolutely. Do you got something?
No, I was just going to, the larger picture, all these attacks on unions, both public and private. I mean, I think the overall, sorry, gotta get closer to the mic. I think the overall effort is to weaken labor as a whole, and just wanted to know what your thoughts were on that. Because like you said, we're stronger together, and I think we're starting to get that.
And it's just those little chips like that, right? Every little bit they can. You hit us on the public side, then you're going to try to get us on the private side. So it's great to see, an act like that getting passed by Republicans. Again, it's not scary to be Republican or Democrat. Again, I think we're all citizens trying to get by with a fair wage.
And we're working people first.
Working people first.
100%.
That's absolutely it right there.
They didn't build this country without us, and they can't go forward without us either.
Correct.
Even with AI coming, I mean, it's a wonder with that, as that's changing what we're looking at too.
So it's great to see that you're starting your own podcast and you're creating that space. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we actually have the Worker Power Rio Network right now. We've partnered up with 180 podcasters, labor podcasters across the country, where we're going to let them air on our station because the Worker Power Radio Network has its own station,
right?
And right now at 11 and 1 o'clock, 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. are random shows. As time goes on, we're going to have shows between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Every hour. And as they all sign on and lock into their time slot, you'll be able to actually hear All Labor all the time.
Oh, that'd be cool.
And you are more than welcome. We don't charge anybody for that space. You're more than welcome to get one of those. We just need to have your content once a week.
We're excited to get involved.
Yeah.
Always partnering up.
And so what's made you want to occupy the space when it comes to podcasting, radio, all that good stuff?
The younger generation, just change, I think, is the biggest thing, which is probably the hardest thing for all of us as we grow older, is any kind of change. But when I get that feeling that I don't want to change, that's usually what I lean into and lean hard, because that means there's something there for us. And so this is a space that the younger generation seems to be in. Podcasts are like the new upcoming, if not already popular thing to be on and do. Our members are constantly listening to different different ideas coming from all kinds of podcasts, whether it's about work or about health at this point. So I think it's a great space for us to be in.
Yeah, and I think it's an opportunity for labor to occupy. It's good to see that you're doing it too. We're seeing a lot of positive come out of it from obviously us now 2.5 years, almost 3 years into it. And something happened the other day. I had somebody pick up the phone and was like, actually sent me a text and said, "Hey, Randy, a few months back you had this show where this information, and they were having a hard time finding it. They were starting to go through and find it, and I was like, oh, it's February 4th. I forget what the date was. I'm just throwing one out, but I was able to find it in something relevant in my text messages that figured out what the date was for them. The point is it became a resource.
Right.
It became a resource, and so
that you can always go back to.
That's right. Now it becomes a library, and that's where a lot of these big corporations have gotten the advantage over us, is that they've controlled this space so much that the information is overwhelming to people, and it's like, well, if that's all they're hearing, that's all they're going to believe.
Well, in communication, right, with our members, I think I email, I text, I phone call, and yet, newspaper, and yet we still seem to be missing people. And so this is just another avenue for us to talk to our members and get them engaged and involved. Our last election cycle had 14% of our members participate. And on this cycle, like I said, we're right in the middle of an election. They count on the 26th. And just trying to explain to our members, besides the governor election, which you should be involved in at your state level, but also your union. The employers see that. If only 14% are participating in an officer election, what do you think they're going to do at bargaining when they give you a shitty contract and then you don't participate in what you don't like?
That's right.
So it's very difficult, I think, for our members to understand that how important it is. This is a duty that people died for, and we should stick with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to protect it, and engaging the space and agitating the space. It's funny you bring that up, because something I deal with, obviously as a principal officer here, I get the phone call every now and then, and I talk to somebody, and they, oh, I didn't know, and I kind of scratch my head and go, I mean, it was on the show, it was at a meeting.
It comes so second nature to us.
We send it out in an email, we send it out in a text message, it's on the app. Like, I mean, can I send a messenger right directly to your house to leave it on your doorstep and tape it to your doorknob? I don't know. It does get to a point where you do try to do all of it. But your point is this is one that a lot of people are connecting to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. And again, it's a great communication space for us to be in. Have members tell stories. I mean, we did some videos on like roundtables where we posed questions just to random members, and they were able to participate and talk about stuff on the job sites. And I think this is going to be like that, but more in a live session.
There you go. That was exactly what Robert was saying he was going to wanted to do. All right, let's switch to the last story of the day. We might have someone else come on the podcast, someone running for office, and let's look into her, because she seems pretty cool. So this candidate, her name is Tessa Lynn Hodge. She is running against Jay Olbernolte in the, what's it called, district? I don't know. It's for Congress, for representative. So yeah, Tessa, let's read through her. And really, I just wanted to learn a little bit more about her, because if we get her on stream, that will be awesome. We'll have a great conversation, and I want to be prepared. Okay, Tessa's story. The High Desert and District 23 are my home. I've lived here my entire life, and I'm passionate about helping our community thrive. This cute picture, think of her and her mom, and then her today. It's cute. My roots in this district run deep. My grandfather served in the Air Force 22 years before retiring to the High Desert, and later ran a small print shop in Victorville. My grandmother worked as an RN for 30 years, with the majority of them being at St. Mary's Medical Center in Apple Valley. Whoa, shout out Apple Valley, where we have the Inland Empire's best museum, the Victor Valley Museum. The legacy of service in my family has shaped me in so many ways. I have also been shaped by the community itself and by the opportunities and challenges this vast district offers. I'm a licensed clinical social worker with almost a decade of experience working with vulnerable populations, from children in foster care to students in need of mental health services in our school districts. I've also worked in San Bernardino County, incorporating state and federal legislation into county policy and guidelines for county workers. Hell yeah, that's awesome. I've witnessed firsthand the impact of legislation and policies on real lives. And I know now is the time to advocate for meaningful change. After years of serving my community as a social worker, I'm running for office because I believe that creating lasting change, we need to address the root causes of inequality, injustice, addiction, poor mental health, and poverty at the policy level. Hell yeah, I could get behind that. The current representative, Jay Olbernolte, is out of touch with the needs of the 23rd district, which I can heavily agree with. It just seems like his priorities are not for the district. His focus on partisan politics is a disservice to the hardworking families in our community. I'm running to be a voice for my community to ensure that every person, regardless of their background, has the opportunity to thrive. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so let's see where she stands on some of the issues. On healthcare and affordability access. I grew up in the district. I know what it's like to wait weeks for care, to drive hours just to see a doctor, and to worry about the cost of something as basic as a checkup, which is a very, very, very real reality in the Inland Empire, especially the high desert. The doctor waits are long. There's cutting of hospital funding. Like that was kind of how I first learned about Jay Olbernolte, was when Donald Trump took office in 2024, and then Doge came in and started cutting all this funding. People went to Jay Olbernolte's town hall and was like, "Why are you okay with all this funding being cut? This is affecting us, your actual people that you're supposed to represent." And I think Homie had the audacity to say, "I don't think you people voted for me that are here complaining." And it's like, okay, brother, let's see. You know, Tessa Hodge got really a lot of votes on the ballot, you know? Okay. That's the reality for too many families in our rural communities. Now it's getting worse. House Republicans have cut the limited funding keeping our hospitals and clinics afloat. And 4 hospitals in our district are now at risk of closing. I've worked inside these hospitals as a medical social worker. I've talked with nurses, doctors, and staff on the front lines. The truth is simple. We are in a healthcare crisis and we're nearing collapse. We don't just need more access to care, we need to invest in training in the next generation of healthcare workers to fill the hundreds of thousands of open positions nationwide. As your representative, I will fight for single-payer healthcare. Hell yeah. No exceptions. I will take on a system where CEO profits by denying care to the very people it's supposed to serve. Healthcare is a right. It's time we treat it that way. Hell yeah. Okay, on jobs and livable wages. The 23rd district needs more than just another car wash. It needs good paying, skilled jobs with abundant space and access to 2 major interstates. Okay, I don't know what kind of great jobs are going to go up there, but you know. Lowering cost of home ownership and renters, that's for sure. Humane immigration policy. I support bold, common sense immigration reform to restore humanity and fairness in our system. That includes creating a clear pathway to legal status for long-term residents, protecting workers from exploitation, and keeping families together. Yeah. Okay. On protecting environment, mental health. I'm going to skip that. Okay, here we go. I firmly for LGBT and marginalized communities. I firmly believe in the rights of the LGBT community and all marginalized populations. Throughout American history, from Selma to Stonewall, and from the Civil Rights Act to Obergefell v. Hodges, that's the one that made gay marriage legal nationwide, communities have fought for hard-won rights. Now we are seeing these rights stripped away, and that cannot be allowed to continue. Systematic racism, discrimination against women, the disabled, and LGBTQIA plus individuals and others is intolerable. Okay, I thought that was going to be more complex, but that's okay. Let's see. Veterans in our military. The treatment of our, I think this is important because there's a lot of veterans that live in the high desert. Well, I mean, we heard it from her herself. Her grandfather was in the Air Force. Okay. The treatment of our active service members and veterans under the current administration has been unacceptable. The firing of thousands of veterans under the guise of waste, fraud, and abuse, along with efforts to cut the deficit, is not only short-sighted, but also a betrayal of those who serve and defend our Constitution and democracy. Additionally, cuts to the Veterans Administration, resulting in the loss of tens of thousands of jobs, will severely impact the care our veterans rely on. Increasing waiting times and decreasing service quality, our veterans deserve better. Our active duty service members also deserve better. The current administration's reckless rhetoric, such as talks of annexing Canada and Greenland and referring to Gaza with hostility, has alienated our allies and placed a target on America's back. If these actions come to fruition, it will not be those who speak such words who pay the price, but the brave men and women of our armed forces. While the current administration plays the strong man, it will be the lives of those in uniform who are on the line, 100%. Okay, cool. So it seems like she's progressive. Let's see. That's 1 year ago. Hands off Hesperia event. Shorts.
I want to thank each and every one of you so much for coming out today. My name is Tessa Lynn Hodge, and I am running to represent this district, thank you. I am running to represent this district, the 23rd district in the U.S. House of Representatives.
There's a sign someone's holding up that says castrated Republicans.
Born, raised, and a lifelong resident of the 23rd. I attended Victor Valley Community College. I attended Cal State San Bernardino,
Hell
where I
yeah,
got
go
both my
Yodis.
bachelor's degree and my master's degree in social work. So as a licensed clinical social worker, I have worked from one end of this community to the other in a community crisis response, in our schools, in our hospitals, providing mental health services, and even in policy and legislation. I bet you didn't know social workers did that too, did you?
Yeah, exactly. I
So
did not know that.
the
That's
thing
great.
about the 23rd is that it is so big and so vast, and we have such an array of communities in our
Yeah,
district.
Bishon in a box
From our
said she
mountain
seems great.
communities, I know some
Doesn't she? I mean, she sounds a little Karen-y, but that's okay. That's just me being sexist. She sounds like all of her policies online, or everything that she's outlined. That's exactly what the community needs.
of you are here. Mountain community people. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Hell yeah! Need to
To our
get Jay
communities that are
Overnolty
out in our
out.
vast open deserts, to our more centrally located, more compact cities. Unless you have truly lived here and worked here and driven our streets,
Yeah.
which each and every one of us knows
Bear Valley
needs
Road.
some work.
Trash. Yes, all the streets in the high desert need work because honestly, some of them aren't even streets. They're just straight up dirt roads. And I know that there's off-road trails in the high desert, but there are roads that should be paved and they are not. They are just cracked apart, covered up by sand and dirt, and it's bad.
It's really hard to know what the true needs of this district are. And even then, we need the voices of each and every single community member to be heard and to be represented.
Yeah, that's right.
I am not just a member of this community for my entire life, but I have given my professional career to giving back to this community. So, what does the 23rd need? We need jobs. And we don't just need jobs, we need jobs that pay something worth a damn so that we are not stuck driving up and down the Cajon Pass.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my God. Yeah. See, everyone that lives up there works down here in the valley. And it is a mess. Whenever there's bad weather, forget about it. Coworkers that live in the high desert, they're coming in late or not coming in at all. Same thing with students. Like she talks about going to Cal State San Bernardino. There was a lot of students that were like, yeah, I can't come. The Coachella traffic. That's right. The traffic for Coachella, the music festival, is going to be bad, and I won't be able to come back home within a reasonable hour. crazy.
Guess what? I got plans for that.
Yeah.
Our rural school districts, they need alternative methods of transportation to help meet the needs of their districts to get students to school. Because guess what? Traditional bus routes do not work for our rural districts. I have plans for that. We need a hospital and we need medical providers and medical specialists up here in the high desert so that once again we are not stuck driving up and down the Cajon Pass, stuck in traffic, and missing our appointment because we couldn't make it there in time.
Missing our appointment.
I have plans for that. So, as a social worker, as a mental health provider that owns my own private practice, and I currently work for a nonprofit providing mental health services out in Barstow.
Well, that sign does not meant
That's
to stay
okay.
up.
We know the desert's windy. Come on, we're all used to this.
Oh, yeah, it sure is windy.
So as a social worker, as a mental health provider, I have the skills necessary to get the job done. I know how to communicate, not just effectively, but I know how to communicate impactfully. I know how to build relationships with people, and I know how to build relationships with people who don't even want to work with me, and I'm really good at it.
That's true as a social worker.
I know how to problem solve, and I know how to do it under stress and pressure, because what do you hear when you hear social worker? You hear the most stressful and pressure-filled job
and lowest
possibly
paid.
ever. So I know how to do that. And most importantly, I have a backbone. I know how to stand up and how to fight and how to advocate for my community. And you better believe that when elected to Congress, I will stand up and I will fight and I will advocate for this community, and not just for this community, but for our country.
Nice. For the whole
Because that
country.
is what social workers do.
That's something I could get
We
behind.
stand up, we fight, and we advocate for the people who need us. So I want to thank each and every single one of you, each and every member of my community who showed up today to fight against Trump, to fight against Musk, and to fight for what they stand
Someone's
for.
holding up a
Because these
Mexican
are
flag
not
behind
American
her.
values. This is not what our country was founded on.
Damn. Okay, cool. All right. Let's check out a little bit of her Instagram just to, get a better feel for her, right?
We did it. We are moving on to the general election in November.
Crazy.
I want to thank each and every person that donated, that made a phone call, knocked a door, volunteered, talked to friends and family, sent me kind words of encouragement. I could not have done this without you all. And so I am just so appreciative and so thankful for each and every one of you. I want to thank my amazing team, including my campaign manager, Alex, and also my amazing husband, who has been working full-time, going to school full-time, and working on the campaign.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
That man is truly dedicated, and I am so lucky that I get to call him my partner.
Cute.
So thank you to them. And again, thank you to all of you who donated and supported.
All right, let's see some different. What is this? For attending the. Oh, she went to the. Oh, that's cool. I wanted to go to that. The HQ opening, but I couldn't. I couldn't make it, but that's cool. Glad they were there. What is this?
So when you put that on your
Voice of
website,
Apple Valley, the Voice of Apple Valley podcast. I need to get on this.
what were you thinking? What was car washes on your mind, just like everybody else here in the desert? Because everybody says we have too many car washes.
Mm-hmm.
What does District 23 needs more than just another car wash mean to you?
It means that we need jobs that you can actually support a family on and buy a home on. We need union jobs.
Hell yeah.
We need more infrastructure up here that will actually support people so that we are not having to drive up and down the hill.
The Cajon Pass. F the Cajon Pass, brother. All my homies hate the Cajon Pass.
Hi, guys.
Okay, this is
It's here.
She's cute. She seems so pure and like she genuinely
So I
does.
feel like this is the kind of hypocrisy that people are completely done with and just so over. So Congressman Jay Olbernolte voted for the Big Beautiful Bill. And we know that the Big Beautiful Bill cut SNAP benefits, it tightened eligibility requirements, it shifted costs to the states, and essentially it decreased access to food security for a lot of families, veterans, a lot of people across the United States. And so Jay Olbernolte voted for this, but then he posts pictures, smiling pictures of himself meeting with a food bank to discuss the challenges that many families in our district
That's
face
so
with food
ridiculous,
security.
bro. That's so ridiculous. How can you vote to take away SNAP benefits? I remember seeing this picture too, and I was just like, "Oh, what the? I don't know what he's doing. That's weird." But I recently met with Debbie Espinoza and FIND Regional Food Bank to discuss the challenges many family in our high desert. Bro, you could discuss the challenges with your members of Congress that are going to take away this funding. Jesus Christ. Jay Olbernolte sucks so bad. I can't believe he got that many votes in the primary.
I'm sorry, you don't get to vote to increase hunger and then post a picture acting like you actually care about families who are facing food insecurity.
That's crazy.
That's not how that works. But it doesn't stop there.
Yeah.
If you know anything about Jay Olbernolte, you know he loves to talk about the national debt.
Oh, yeah.
So here he is talking about how the national debt just surpassed
on
$39
Fox
trillion.
Business, I think we watched this. The national debt has now surpassed $39 trillion. That's, oh my God.
And how Congress needs to act to rein in spending. However, Olbernolte is completely in support of the unconstitutional war in Iran.
Why am I not surprised?
Which is costing the U.S. $1 billion a day, and in which the Pentagon just asked for another $200 billion.
Damn.
So which is it? Do we need to cut spending? Or do we have just endless money for foreign conflict?
Yep, that's it.
Because right now, what it looks like is we can make all the cuts we want to families.
Yeah.
But we've got blank checks for foreign conflict.
Yeah.
So
really what it is that Jay Olbernolte is not going to talk back against Donald Trump or anyone. Like on the tier of the Republicans, I don't even think Donald Trump knows who the hell Jay Olbernolte is, okay? Right? Like, he's a nobody. He's so small and inconsequential, but like still has a lot of power. Don't get me wrong, he's still a US representative. And that's a whole ass vote, for a lot of things. But yeah, that's crazy.
My name is Tessa Lynn Hodge. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I'm born and raised in the district, and I have spent my career working to help families survive in this district. I am the California Democratic Party endorsed candidate in this race.
Hell yeah.
And I believe that it is high time that this district have a representative in Congress that actually does what is best for families and doesn't just vote in whoever's best interest and show up for a photo op
the next day. Yeah, yes. And talk about how he's the first gaming representative because he made Madden or whatever. All right, everyone. We're going to leave it here for the rest of today. And we will be back later. Thankfully, like I said, I'm in the works of getting Miss Tessa Hodge on the stream. She already agreed to, thank goodness. But yeah, so be on the lookout for that. I can't wait to have a conversation with her and, get all that. But here we are. 4 hours, 44 minutes. New record, all-time stream, I think, right? Because we never went over... I don't think we ever went over 5 hours. Okay. Thank you, Bashon in a Box. Peace out. Have a good one, everyone. Stay safe, stay cool, and see you later. Hey, Stardust. Hey, thanks. Bye. See y'all later. Bye. All right. Peace out, everyone. My name is Angelina Tucci. Thank you for joining me today. It's been a pleasure as usual. Take care, everyone.